Good morning and happy Sunday. Welcome everyone to Escape to Nature, and you are with myself, Alex, here in Okukuyo, and a very busy Okukuyo indeed. Lots of black-faced impala, decent size herd of wildebeest, and many zebra have joined us for the start of today. Rather fantastic to have them all with us. And really awesome to kickstart with so much action. So lots going on. A lot of zebra vocals at the moment too. Little bachelor herd of the black-faced impala milling about just in front of us. And quite clearly, morning has broken over here in Okukuyo. The zebra definitely making sure of that. That iconic bray definitely going off like an alarm clock for most, I'm sure. But very cool to see them. There's one that's actually waded in quite deep over there. And you'll notice even the wildebeest calves, being around 3 to 4 months of age, have all got rather dark. And that's what happens after around 3 to 4 months with them. They change from tawny into that rather dark brindled color. And obviously then get on with the rest of that growth. And obviously trying to get to maturity and the rest from there. But of course, this is a live and an interactive experience, and if you have joined us, please do send through any questions or comments, things you'd like to know, or any points of interest you may have on the app, and let us know of anything else you would like to chat about. Also, Wild Earth is not yet profitable, and we rely on our subscribers and donations to keep connecting both the young and old with nature through live safaris. Your donations help us continue to go live for those who cannot afford it, and also bring back some great projects like the Wild Earth Kids Safaris. So by donating, you are making a difference to the Wild Earth mission of connecting people to nature. If you are interested and you are able to donate, please head over to our website, wildearth.tv/donate, and click on the donate button. Quite a bit going on. Guinea fowl as well have turned up. You can just hear that audio as well. It looks like the wildebeest are going to perhaps start moving on. Good morning, Mavis. Yes, you're so right. There really is so much going on right now. Zebra have really taken over most of the landscape. That is really in our immediate kind of sight over here. The guinea fowl going off. The wildebeest still milling about, and the black-faced impala also showing up. So a great way to escape into nature. Just listening to hear who else may be around. The guinea fowl sound like they are rather close, so hopefully we'll get a glimpse of them as well. Looks like the majority of the zebra party has kind of satisfied their thirst. Starting to move off. I think the wildebeest will also do that, and we might have a quiet moment, but no doubt we will have a rather busy day. It does look like it is rather clear, and no doubt that will mean it will be rather warm at some stage too. No cloud cover to be seen at the moment, and we'll just have to see how conditions change and who decides to come through. So for those of you that have tuned in, please just be aware that we are having an intermittent issue with our CCOM, and that is the undersea cable, and that we are working with our internet providers to sort this issue out. So if it is a little bit unstable, please do bear with us. It is something we are aware of and we are working on behind the scenes. But otherwise, lots to talk about, lots to enjoy. Actually, lots just to listen to. The guinea fowl coming through with the Sunday morning chorus right now. A couple of weavers about. And I'm sure we will hear some more of the zebra braying momentarily. So I did just touch on it being a little bit less cloudy, not overcast like it was yesterday, and it's time for us to have a look and see what the weather is doing across the different locations for today. So, as thought, the zebra would start braying, giving us a really lovely vocal of theirs. And it's them and the guinea fowl that seem to be competing at the moment. It does look like the majority of them are going to slowly start heading off towards the tree line, looking for that morning graze, breakfast, or brunch, I suppose, depending on where you are in the world. However, I'm sure we are in for a rather jam-packed day. If this is the start we've had, no doubt we can continue with this trend. Got this one black-faced impala that's still about, and otherwise it's nice just to listen to the bird choruses while they are out and about for us. Good morning, oyster catcher. And yes, it is always interesting watching how deep the animals decide to wade into the waterhole. The zebra, springbok, and gemsbok seem to be the podium finishers, or at least the podium holders at the moment. Definitely being the most adventurous when it comes to getting into the water. And splash about in the water too. So a little bit different to the wading. Black rhino also do get into the water. But primarily the three species that are really, I suppose, most adept at it at the moment are the springbok, the zebra, and the gemsbok. So the action getting a little quiet at the moment. Looks like we've got the first of our springbok as well on the other side of the waterhole. Guinea fowl, a couple of blacksmith lapwings also about. And we've had some weaver audio too. One or two starlings about as well. It looks like it's time to probably engage patience here and wait for the next flurry of action around the waterhole. We've got the first of our Namakwa sandgrouse for the day as well. Always cool audio from them. And kind of seems like a bit of a standoff at the moment. Everyone kind of enjoying cooler climate at the moment before heading off for a graze. The zebra hanging about, couple grazing, and we've got this lone wildebeest bull also quite happy to keep it real. The two springbok drinking. The Cape Crow, well, actually there's about 4 springbok. Cape Crow also giving audio, and a bit of guinea fowl action to boot. So a lull in action at the moment. A couple of zebra coming down to join the springbok. And also just picking up some lovely audio from the wildebeest, a number of the other birds, and just enjoying a little bit of peace after all that pandemonium from a few minutes ago. So that zebra conveyor belt powering right up, and you can actually hear them as they make their approach, walking through that concrete, and then obviously wading into the water too. You do hear that pretty typical kind of splish splash that goes on. So it's always great to sit back and just appreciate animals as they approach and come through to the waterhole. And always lovely watching them as they wade in. That one wildebeest seems to have picked its confidence a bit up. The zebra definitely doing the most with regards to wading at the moment. So always separate pockets, harems of the zebra that do come through for us. And you'll notice the one just kind of moved off, being a little bit spooked there. And then also picking up that courage again, or that confidence, coming straight back in there. Not too sure what would have spooked it. Nice to just sit back and listen to the guinea fowl. The springbok are also making their way pretty close to us at the moment. And a fair amount going on to enjoy. So lots going on here. Nice to just enjoy all the activity as well as some of the bird vocals as well this morning. But it is also time for us to head across to Kariega and say good morning to Nick.
Thanks, Alex. Good morning, everybody from Kariega down here in the Eastern Cape, where everything is lush and green and going swellingly well. My name is Nick, and I'm going to be your photo naturalist for today. And I'm so glad that you could join us today. The wind has died down. We've got some beautiful conditions. Remember, if you do have any questions, any comments, any thoughts going around in your head, send them in. I'd love to hear what you're thinking. And if you are able to make any donations towards Wild Earth in helping us to connect humanity to pristine natural circumstances like this, it's always much appreciated. Look at this diversity that we've got to start the morning off here. So obviously we've started the day here by Scotia Dam. And it is a lovely start to the day here. One or two zebra amongst the eland. So like I was saying, the wind has dropped completely compared to yesterday. I mean, the wind was very blustery yesterday. Obviously, we talked about it a bit, how the wind affects the behavior of the animals. So really nice to see how now that the wind has dropped, the animals have kind of scattered themselves all over the place. They're not kind of huddled up in the far southern side of the clearings. You can see we've actually got some warthogs there as well, right at the edge of the water. Looks like a mother with some piglets. And these purplish coloured flowers that we're seeing here, these are the plumbago flowers. Quite striking from amongst the surrounding colours and things like that. You can see our eland feeding on the leaves a little bit there. So we do have a little bit of cloud cover today, kind of holding the temperatures down a little bit, which is quite nice for the moment. You can see we do have patches of sun making an appearance every now and then. So I'm kind of thinking that, you know, we might have something similar to yesterday in terms of as the day progresses, the cloud cover might be burnt off. The sun will obviously be shining a bit more fiercely, and then the temperatures will start to rise, but we'll wait and see. But what a way to start our escape to nature here at Kariega. Look at that little warthog there on the right hand side of the frame. Cute little thing. As far as warthog could be cute. Definitely not the best looking creatures in the world. I used to work with the tracker, and he always used to talk about the ugly five. You know, obviously we've got the big five, which is quite well renowned. He used to talk about the warthog being part of the ugly five. Donovan, yes, it is a beautiful scene here. Very much a summery scene as well. Everything is lush, alive and green and doing well. So in terms of that ugly five that tracker of mine used to talk about, so the warthog used to be one of them. Just trying to think of the others now. Wildebeest was in there as well. You would definitely throw wildebeest in there. The hyena, spotted hyena, was in there. The marabou stork, as well as I think it was a vulture, I think was the last one. But the marabou stork was definitely in there. He's definitely not a looker. Looks like the rest of our eland herd is kind of just on the left-hand side here. And look at that, we've got a nice male Inyala as well. Yeah, what a way to start the day. Everything's all happening here. You can see we've got some zebras coming from the left. Hey, that looks like it might be our male Stompy. Our zebra stallion Stompy. So remember, if we do have any new viewers now, Stompy is that zebra who's just kind of hiding at the back there. He's got that shortened tail. So being a male, being a stallion, he's lost that tail in a fight to a different rival. Potentially he was being chased by another one, and that other zebra bit his tail off there. It's a little bit vicious. Look at that for some scenery, huh? Absolutely beautiful. Doesn't get much better than that. Vivian, are warthogs the most preyed upon animals? I mean, lions definitely do enjoy killing a warthog. So do leopards. But at the end of the day, they're actually a very hardy type of species. You know, you think of a big male lion, the amount of strength and power that he's got. It's actually quite difficult for a lion to kill a warthog. They're very hardy, they're very tenacious, they're not easy to kill. So I'd say something like a impala is probably going to be more common in terms of being a prey species that's predated upon. Now, warthogs are definitely up there, but I wouldn't say they're right at the top of the pile. If you've ever been able to witness a warthog being killed by any of the predators, it is quite overwhelming. You know, even when a lion or a leopard has got it by the throat and is trying to, you know, cut off its wind supply there, it squeals and squeals for dear life, and it's loud. You know, they've obviously got those tusks as well, so in terms of potential risk to predators, they are quite risky as well. But I know leopards do enjoy a good warthog. I've seen particular male leopards that will go actively hunting warthogs, waiting at termite mounds. I saw a male leopard. He waited outside of a termite mound. Remember where warthogs, they go into those termite holes there to sleep for the night. So this leopard waited for a day and a half for this warthog to come out. He obviously smelt it in there, or maybe he smelt and heard it inside there. He waited for a day and a half. And in the end, the warthog came out. He did manage to get it, but in the process, the warthog kind of hooked up with his neck, with his tusk there. His tusk went in the nasal cavity of the leopard and punctured the sort of the nasal lining. Made a hole in it. And in the end, the leopard did manage to kill the warthog. But like I say, that leopard got a wound in the process, and after that, this leopard, whenever he was breathing, if he was close to the car, you could hear him breathing, you know, because he had a hole in his sort of nasal cavity itself. You know, you could hear this very distinctive type of breathing, even when he was quite far away. You look at something like a female impala, obviously not having horns, you know, it's much less of a risk compared to something like a warthog or even a male impala. Good amount of meat on a female impala. So I would say that's a pretty good prey species in terms of choosing for the predators, in terms of risk versus reward. Not too dangerous, but there is a good amount of meat.
We hope that when you watch Wild Earth, you will fall in love with nature. We know that our explorers share a passion for nature and want to make a difference. Wild Earth Schools is back. Sign up to be an explorer and your subscription will help us reach the future conservationists of our planet. Invest in something that truly matters, encouraging children to care for our beautiful wild earth. Wild Earth Explorers, make a difference.
Obviously yesterday, for a lot of those elephants, they more than likely would have headed down into some of the deep thickets, you know, to try and get out of the wind. It's a little bit more protected there, and I'm hoping that now, as the wind has dropped, that they might start to come out of those thickets, maybe even towards one of the big sort of open clearings. So in terms of the general area of where those tracks were, it's close to zebra plains. So we'll have a look and see. Time will tell, but I'm sure we're going to have a lovely day here at Kariega. But I think for now, let's take you across to Ralph and Amakhala and see what he's up to.
Hello and welcome to Escape to Nature, where we're coming to you live from the Amakhala Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province. And surprise, surprise, we've been able to catch up with the lions, and no less than the little cubbies that are feeding on an eland that one of the bigger females must have killed. I don't know if it was late last night or yesterday afternoon. But anyway, they've eaten a lot today. All the cubs have got very fat bellies. There's only one on the kill right now, but there's 3 of them just behind us. Everybody fat, everybody healthy, and everybody happy. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and on the camera I've got Mpho. Yes, now back to the stars. Let's go back to this little cub who I don't think he can eat too much more. He's about to burst. So the rest of the 3 little cubs have taken themselves into the bush just behind us over there. And I'm just showing one of the guides that's just arrived that the cubs are in fact in the bush there. The 2 females, they're just up in the thickets here somewhere as well, just relaxing in the shade, also with very fat bellies. So yeah, it's all happened in the last 24 hours. They're, oopsie, my phone down, sorry. The females were hunting yesterday, and we did hear the one female, she got a warthog, but then the other bigger female, she continued on and she was looking at the eland that were moving, and it seems that she ultimately did stalk, hunt, kill and feed on it. They've eaten a lot of that meat off of there, and this little one, I think he's going to probably go down and join his siblings in the thicket, which is just behind us. So he's probably going to go past us and so I don't know how much more we're going to get to see of these guys, because they're so fat now that I think they might be going into the bush to go and sleep. But we'll just have to see. So Rose, thanks for jumping on board with us as we escape to nature. Yeah, not wasting any time this morning. I did have a bit of a problem finding this location, but lovely to start with them. As I say, I don't know how much more we're going to see of these little ones now. I'm pretty sure with such fat bellies, they're going to go in there and probably do a lot of panting and sleeping for the better part of the heat of the day. They're not going to be moving from this area because there's still quite a bit of meat on this carcass. So they will go back and feed, but for now they need to digest a bit, because if they're eating more, they'll be like a goldfish that you feed in a fish bowl and they literally feed until they explode. So I think they just need to take it easy now and relax a little bit in the shade itself. So disappearing off in there, I think at some stage I might be able to just move and maybe we'll get a better sight on them. If we can't, we'll have to see if we can go and find some other animals. Oh, here comes one of the females. Brilliant. Yeah, she might go and have a little bit more of a feed. She's the mother of the cubs, and I don't think that she actually brought this eland down. It looks like she's probably going to drag it into the shade. And you can see with them, even having eaten all of that meat, how heavy this carcass still is. It can be between 600 and 800 kilograms. So at least they've taken off quite a bit of that weight. But like you can see, still lots of meat there. And sorry for any squeamish viewers. I should have given a disclaimer a little bit earlier. Luckily, it is just red meat, and the animal is long since dispatched. She's going to feed a little bit more, maybe. She's also quite fat herself. And they'll do that to drag it, you know, it's instinctive. They always want to bring it into cover. You know, there's a couple of reasons that, I don't know if they actually think about it. Taking it into cover does sort of where you have a lot of the predatory birds and birds that feed on carrion. They're normally the ones like the bateleur and the vultures, and sometimes even fish eagles, etc. They'll spot that from the sky, and then they start descending down onto this carcass, and they become a real nuisance to the lions. This morning we did also hear that there was a jackal that came a little bit too close, and one of the females actually killed it. So yeah, that's always an irritation for the lions. Jackals coming in, sometimes hyenas. There's not really a prevalence of spotted hyenas here. Brown hyenas might make an appearance, you never know. But definitely jackals, and in this part of the country there's no longer any vultures. We get the odd appearance of one, a white-backed vulture or so, but they've pretty much been wiped out. And now you have crows, which have taken their place, but they don't really take their chance when there's predators around. So for me in this part, it's mainly pulling that carcass into the shade so that it doesn't sort of go rotten as fast, and the flies and everything that come with it. Lions will still feed on rotten carcasses. It doesn't change it for them. They will still finish it, but I don't know, maybe they don't like the taste as much. The stomach acids, though, do deal with the bacteria and everything that does come with a rotting carcass or rotting meat. So Tracy, there's little to no smell for now. It is extremely fresh. As I say, I think this might have happened late yesterday afternoon or even last night. So, and this morning it's been rather cold last night and this morning. It's only now starting to heat up. So the wind also coming a little bit from the south, so it's blowing away from us. So we're not really getting, if there was any smell, it's not coming in our direction. So, but I can guarantee you that the only smell you're really going to get is, you know, from the organs, but it's fresh organs, which they've already eaten. And if one of them has to, by accident, break open the stomach, then you sort of get that stomachy smell, but it's a herbivore stomach, so it almost smells like freshly cut grass. When you use the lawnmower and you have that that container at the back that fills up with grass, and it's quite soft, soggy grass, would then give off that smell, mixed in with the sort of meaty smell. You know, when you go into a butcher's, it smells very similar to that. So this is Mommy. She'll probably make her way over towards where the cubbies are hiding up in the thicket. She's looking into the bush where they are, so probably just checking that they're all right. But lovely to see how her stomach is hanging like that. She is nice and fat. A little contact call. Let's see if she calls them out. I think they're too fat with their full bellies to even bother to respond to their mom. Because normally with that little contact call, they would come running out. But I think they're just too full to bother. More contact calling. Here they come. She's called them out. And she's looking for them. But here they come. And sorry for the pole. But it's just, they've been moving around a lot. So we're just trying our best. Here they come. Look at that. There's still one missing. There he comes. He or she. Very, very heavy bellies. And they've gone in there now. I wonder, we'll have to maybe try and reposition. Let's just see what they do first. Because we reposition and then they're back at the carcass, and you know, so we're up and down. So I just want to give them a chance just to settle, and then we'll go around and see if we can spot them on that side. Those babies are super cute. And very nice to see them with such fat bellies. So it seemed like that female did struggle to pull that carcass into the shade. Still lots of meat. They're moving up just behind the carcass now, I think, also heading up towards the shade. So yeah, for us it's just a little bit of a game of cat and mouse, trying to keep an eye on them, but like I say, they're not going to move far from this carcass at all, with there being so much meat on it. Looks like they are now lying up in the shade. You can just see them through that sweet thorn. And I can tell you what, if there's any jackals or anything that come into the area now, they're looking for trouble, because these females will chase them, and as we found out earlier, they'll even kill them if they can. They become a nuisance for the lions, but they're also just trying to survive, but scavenging off their kills. Now, it's in this particular instance, the lions have killed this, but lions can also be scavengers themselves. I've seen it in the northwestern part of Namibia, where the lions actually... Oh, hello, there's a warthog. An unsuspecting warthog has now almost walked right in on top of these lions. And I tell you what, a lion wouldn't miss the opportunity, but I think it's worked out that they're there. And there's another one. And this is the reason why warthogs do get killed by lions a lot, because they've got terrible eyesight, and unless they actually smell the lions, they sometimes walk in almost right on top of them. They do know that something's up here. I think they can smell them. Heads up, noses twitching, trying to work out exactly what it is and where it is. Don't do it, pigs. You're going to die if you go any closer. So these warthogs just coming in to the space around the lions, and I don't think they've quite worked out the danger that is lurking just nearby. Sometimes warthogs can also come in and feed on a carcass like this. So have they smelt this meat and maybe coming in to see if they can have a bit of a chew on it themselves? But I think they very cleverly have decided that's not a good idea. And off they go, tails raised in typical warthog fashion. Not completely out of the area though. So Jonathan, ever the optimists are, and opportunists, should I say, are lions. So if they had to walk close enough to one of the female lions, it definitely would kill them. Yeah, because it's on the table. But it just depends on how much she's, or the female lions have eaten, as to how much they could care to chase a warthog and kill it. But I've seen it before many times when lions are busy feeding on a kill and warthogs have walked nearby and they kill the warthog as well. And they sort of then just leave it there and sometimes not even feed on it. But it's just instinctive, totally. You pull a piece of string for a cat, doesn't matter how full it is, it will jump for that string. It almost can't help itself. So yes, Jonathan, absolutely. These warthogs walk too close to those lions and they won't live another day. Luckily for them though, they've moved off. Enough, I think, but they're still circling around. As I say, maybe they can smell this carcass, who knows? Both. lots of head movement, and that's it's also as the warthog decides different things or is indecisive, as well as using its nose to continuously smell the air. It's moved off now behind that thicket. I think the lions are also just up in the shade there. So a polo, it all depends on the weather conditions as to when the carcass will start degrading and rotting and stinking. So in winter you may have carcasses, as you would expect if you put meat in the fridge, eventually it still will rot, but it takes a lot longer. If it's a hot day, it will go much quicker. So like I said, overnight, it was rather cold and it was chilly this morning as well. So it's only started to heat up now and it is getting quite warm. So the degradation is going to speed up now. And it's obviously the outer layers that start to rot, and then inside it will take a bit longer. But it depends on the temperature, the ambient temperature. Even though there's a little breeze coming up now, so I don't think it will rot too quickly in these current conditions. But if it was a scorcher and not much wind and we sat at 40 degrees, it can be, even by the time we come here tomorrow, it could be stinking already. But in these current conditions, I would say it would take a couple of days, 2 or 3, even maybe 4 days before it starts smelling. And with that smell, that's what sort of then really starts bringing in the scavengers, because that then moves with the wind and they've got extremely good sense of smell. So the likes of jackals and hyenas and other predators as well could then start coming in. Even during the night you could have the likes of caracal, but they would be quite nervous coming to a carcass like this, because they do know that there's the potential for big predators to be around. So they would be a little bit more unlikely to come right in. But the longer it goes on and the more the carcass starts stinking, the more animals start to make an appearance. So what we often do is when there is a carcass that's left and it's not finished, we even like to put camera traps onto that carcass, because then you can start to see which predators are moving around and coming in to feed. So it's one of those good opportunities to get a little bit of more information on what predators you have in particular areas. And I tell you what, hyenas can come from miles away. They can smell a rotten carcass. It depends on the wind, but even up to about, they say between 5 and 10 kilometers away. It's incredible how far they can smell. And as I say, once it rots, the more it smells, the further that smell is going to be transported, and the more animals will then start coming in for that. And they've got very, very strong stomach acids that they don't get sick from eating degraded meat, rotten meat, full of bacteria that would make us extremely sick, but they don't have a problem. Lucky for the warthogs, they've now moved off. Get to live another day. It's nice that they got a nice big kill. The last kill that we were on with these little cubs was a big warthog, but there was quite a bit of fighting over it. From eating animals that are sick, so they won't just get sick from rotting meat, but they can pick up diseases that the animals are carrying or sick from. So if an animal dies from some kind of sickness, or they're carrying that disease when the lions kill them, there are certain diseases that can be passed through to them. and the likes of anthrax that is very prevalent up in the Makuleki concession, the northern part of the Kruger National Park. That can be passed on through them. The foot and mouth disease is also one that they can get. They can also even pick up if they, for instance, killing jackals that have mange. So a jackal comes in, and that's quite a nice example, because we've just, this morning had a jackal that came in and got killed by these lions. I'm not quite sure exactly where it is. It's somewhere here in the grass. But if that jackal had mange, that would be passed on to the lion, and then it would spread very quickly between the lions themselves, because they're so tactile and so sociable that they all then land up with mange as well. So definitely, it's the diseases. Not all diseases get passed from bovine to felids, etc., but there are the ones that are passed through, and then they definitely pick it up. Yes. So what happens a lot is on sort of on private reserves and so on. If there are these diseases that go through, they sort of eradicate those or isolate those animals that do have those diseases. They probably quarantine them and or put them down, to stop the spread, because then it can rip through an entire reserve. So yeah, they try and do that. In national parks, maybe not so much. But it depends. I mean, if it's a disease that could go and have a real massive impact, or if it arrived through human involvement, for instance, with cattle that could pass on diseases to the buffalo, etc., then they may get involved in those instances and try to just isolate, quarantine, and stop the spread of it. So it can be a problem, most definitely. We actually had that with the Styx Pride on Djuma. They had very bad mange. I think they've worked through it now, but it's a skin disease that can take years for them to work through, and sometimes they even die from it. It's terrible, terrible, terrible. And if any of you did see the Styx Pride when I was a naturalist on Djuma, they looked in terrible condition. They all had mange, and even the cubs had it. It can really go right through the skin, and eventually, their fur falls out, and sometimes the skin can even start deteriorating too, and you had holes in their ears and all sorts, and they really look bad. But I think they've come through it, and they're all looking much better now. And it can be very easily transferred from jackals to lions. So there's still quite a bit of cloud cover. The sun was out, now it's gone again, and it's cooled off once more. So chatting about the heat and how this carcass is going to degrade, well, in this current conditions, it's going to slow down even more. With the sun out a little bit earlier, I thought it was going to, speed that up, but well, now I might have to put my jersey back on in a minute. It was getting really hot. Now it's cooled off. And that's the joys and the beauty of living in the Eastern Cape. We expect 4 seasons in one day, every day. You can be getting sunburnt and freezing cold all within a couple of hours. Right, so I think I'm going to try and get us a better view on these lions, because we know that the eland's not going to move, not anymore anyway, not without the help of the lions. Well, it's a fantastic little sighting with these, especially the cubbies, but I wonder what's happening with Nick at Keriga.
Thanks, Rolf. Good luck with trying to get the next best position there. Still here at Scotia Dam in Keriga, and our eland herd has decided to settle down here. Really just resting up and taking it easy. It's actually been a little spit or two of rain. I'm not too sure if Rolf has had any of that at Amakhala. Obviously Amakhala and Keriga is not all too far away from each other, but there's actually been a little dot or two of rain that's made an appearance. And I must say, I'm loving the cooler temperatures, but the rain can stay away. We want to bring as much of this beautiful landscape to you as we can. So there has been a little hive of activity to start off the day here at Scotia Dam. We had a lot of different species moving around. Everybody's kind of slowly started to settle down now. So earlier we did have the jackals wailing to each other. There's actually been a troop of baboons. It might even potentially be 2 different troops of baboons that have been shouting at each other on either side, each on the other side of the open clearings. Montana, yes, the eland tuned in to our escape to nature on Wild Earth. A shame. I'd have seen one of their own not doing so well nearby. But unfortunately that's nature. You know, everybody's got to eat, everybody's got to survive. So yeah, we had those 2 different troops of baboons shouting at each other on the opposite ends of the clearings, which has been quite interesting. But just remember, this is a live and interactive experience. And if you're watching this on our app or our website, you can definitely register. Ask us all the questions you want in the world. Keep us on our toes. And don't forget to subscribe to our channel on YouTube so we can notify you of all of the amazing content that we do manage to bring to you. Like live elands and then not so lucky elands in different parts of the province. There was a single buffalo bull that had made his way down to Scotia Dam. It's kind of moved off. So the herd that we had for the past few days, they seem to have moved off to a different part of the reserve. Haven't seen them around here this morning. Remember, in cooler weather like we do have today, it is quite common for those buffalo to kind of, they tend to move off into some of the thickets. Potentially a little bit warmer down that side. This zebra is passed out. That is a solid sleeping session going on right there. It is a Sunday after all. He's allowed to. He's had a tough week, you know. He's been looking sharp. He's been making sure he's looking good. He's been feeding quite a lot. It's been tough for him. Those little youngsters get tired very quickly. And the temperature is definitely starting to drop here a lot more. So I wonder if that's not a sort of a precursor to any rain coming in. I must say, I don't look at the weather forecasts all too often, because I feel like we've got to just deal with what we've given. You know, you can look at the forecast and it might forecast rain. I feel like there's usually a pretty good chance that it's going to be a vice versa situation. But we'll wait and see. It's beautiful to see all of our little plumbago flowers giving a lot of the scenes here a little splash of colour. You can see right in the distance in the background those bluish purpley coloured flowers. Those are our plumbagos. And obviously it's so nice and green everywhere as well. You can see the rump of Mom, a little bit dusty there, a little bit dirty. So she's obviously been having a little dust bath potentially on one of the roads here. Yeah, little one is up, shaking the dust off. It's a beautiful angle here, watching how those stripes on the mother, how they peel off from that ridgeline on the neck there. Hey, here comes a nice male Inyala. Little caramel socks on the legs there. He comes and he goes. And you look at teenagers, human teenagers, you know, they're always quite lanky. They go through that phase where they look a bit lanky and they've got to fill out quite a lot. I feel like that's a similar case with the zebra. You can see quite tall. Look at the length of Mom's legs compared to the length of the little one's legs, and they're quite similar. But this little youngster's obviously got to fill out quite a lot still. So this would be this year's generation. This is one of the slightly older ones, it looks like, so maybe pushing the sort of the 3-month mark or so. It's really nice to see some of the differences in terms of stripes and things like that. How Mom's stripes are quite bold, quite thick as well. And little youngsters are pretty much the opposite. Looks like some female Nyalas moving around in the background. Simon, yes, there's a little bit of this and there's a little bit of that. It's all happening here at Kariega today. All very peaceful scenes. Very nice to see. just going to move to the side here. That Nyala that we saw moving across, here he is walking, and this other one is displaying towards him. He just put his tail down. It was quite a nice process to watch there. You see how underneath the tail, very, very whitish colour there. So plenty of male Nyala on this side of the clearing here. And you can see we've also got 1 or 2 rhino in the background there, as well as ostrich. So really a lot of diversity that we have here today. And you can see everybody's got the same plan. Everybody knows it's a Sunday. Everybody is in that deep chill. Got the feet up on the couch, watching a bit of TV, taking it easy. And I actually saw my first Burchell's Kukul here the other day. Remember, the Burchell's Kukul is the rain bird, and obviously this type of weather that we've got today, a little bit ominous now, kind of made me think about that. And I hadn't really heard too many Burchell's Kukuls calling. And yeah, that was my first one that I've seen here at Kariega. So that was very nice to see. One of the other guides sent me a photo of a European honey buzzard, which is a really good one to get. A little bit of a rarer bird species, that one. And I'm definitely still happy to report that we have some of our ammo falcons around. Remember the other day we started to touch on the fact that the cuckoos, and a few of our other migratory species have been a little more difficult to see. And I did manage to find some of those ammo falcons, which are migratory as well. Not a whole lot of them. Only about 6 or 8 of them or so. Remember there was a group, quite a big group of sort of 30 of them, 40 of them. Haven't seen them in a while, but it's still lovely to see that smaller group of them around and about. Remember, for them, they're going to start their migratory route pretty soon. They're going to go all the way back to China. So all in all, they're gathering, or they're migrating rather. They're migrating close to 16,000 kilometers. Small little birds as well, not the biggest little tweets in the world. So they'll fly from here all the way up to sort of the Horn of Africa, around sort of Somalia area. They start their route off pretty slowly, and from there they'll cross the Arabian Sea, and they cover, what is it? It's about 2,500, 3,000 kilometers in something crazy like 72 hours or so. So those little falcons have got quite the way to go. But you can see our ostrich here, and our nyalas and our rhinos. No reason for them to be migrating. They've got everything they need here. There's a little bit of feeding going on from our female ostrich in the background there. Pretty much everyone else is quite relaxed. Everybody's kind of settling down, taking it easy. Potentially already had a little bit of a feeding session for this morning. I think this weather is quite conducive for kind of of settling themselves down. There's a little bit of a breeze that's starting to pick up, and everybody's quite happy to take it easy. In terms of our herd of buffaloes moving off, I don't see a real reason for them to come back down here today. You know, it's not a very hot day at all. It's turning out to be a little bit cooler as it progresses. I mean, it was definitely a lot warmer when we started our escape to nature. So who knows, maybe our buffaloes will stay in the thicket. There's no real reason for them to need to mud wallow today. Remember, mud wallowing is going to be protecting their skin from the sun. It will also protect their skin from insects, from ticks and things like that. But there's no real reason kind of driving them to get that whole herd to come down here. But it has been lovely to start our escape to nature at Kariega, here by Scotia Dam. Been in a whole assortment of different species. Maybe I'll try and have a look to see if we can potentially come right with some elephant. Might be nice to see them. You know, I'm hoping that the wind does stay down. The wind that definitely affects the behavior of elephants quite a lot. But regardless of whether we see them or not, it's just nice to be out and about, watching what the animals get up to. I feel like I'm having a nice, relaxing Sunday with the animals here. You can see how ostriches just settled down there in the background. Had enough of a little bit of a morning feed. And you can really see the distinct differences in colour between male and female ostrich there now. Let me see if I can pan across to the side and show you a little bit clearer. So obviously there on the left hand side we've got a nice female ostrich with the grey colours, and then just on the right we've got the male. So it kind of looks like a bit of a mound. So he's actually got his head directly on the ground, kind of pointing to the right hand side. Let me see if I can zoom in for you and show you exactly. Okay, so he's making it a little bit tough, but it's amazing. It looks just like a little patch of, like a mound, like a patch of soil there. But that is the feather, that is the body of a male ostrich here on the right hand side. And I have double checked with the binoculars, don't you worry. He's just got his head completely down. So obviously when you look at incubation of eggs and things like that for ostrich, you know, the male and the female will kind of swap roles in terms of when they will incubate eggs, but largely the male will do a lot more of the incubation of the eggs at night time. There we go, you can see the head of that ostrich now. How's that for camouflage, huh? Incredible. And then, you know, to a larger degree, the female will incubate eggs a lot more during the day, because she is that slightly more lighter color. It's going to be more camouflage with the surrounding environment. But it's amazing how if there was no other species here, no nyalas, rhinos in the background, if there was only that male ostrich kind of lying all the way down like that, I reckon there's a very good chance that you might just drive past that and not even realize that that's an ostrich. Just think that that's a small little termite mound or a fresh digging from something. There's a few Cape turtle doves calling around me, kind of adding to the peacefulness of the scene here. Right, it sounds like for now Alex has got a whole heap of zebras coming down to the waterhole, so I think let's send you across to him.
Thanks, Nick. And yes, inundated with zebra and springbok at the moment. There's a few pockets of zebra as well, kind of in the distance there, waiting to kind of find their way down. The sun definitely shining rather bright today. Just noticeable just with the contrast on the landscape that we have around us. Very different to yesterday's overcast scenes. There's still that grebe floating in and amongst the zebra as they drink throughout the Okaukue'a waterhole. There kind of isn't a space that really is left untouched by the zebra. It's always quite fascinating to see just how the different interactions go within the different harems that come and join us. So always cool just to sit back and enjoy them, because there's always something going on within zebra dynamic, whether that be politic or anything else that really kind of needs to get ironed out. We do notice that they do kind of chill out a little bit though when they are around the water, at least once they've made their way through. And then the rest of that social dynamic kind of plays out after they've finished up and start moving off, or even just start intermingling. The odd bit of kind of harem thievery as well goes on, as well as a little bit of argy-bargy between some of the stallions too. So it's always good just to keep a tab on who is doing what, or what the mood levels may be like. And definitely what they have done with all of the zebra that have been through here already is really churned this waterhole up. So a lot of silt obviously being disturbed and kicked up. Probably not as fresh tasting as what the water would have a few hours ago before all the zebra arrived. But we'll see if the springbok do cotton on to the fact that it is pumped. We have seen them there where the elephant like to stand. Maybe also like the fresh water. One of the only other animals that we've noticed figuring that out, and that is where the fresh water really does then come down from. There's a lovely little foal as well just on the right hand side, and almost the zebra snake and ladder system moving off into the distance with the Cape Crow calling right now. Support, thanks very much for your question. And effectively it is always pumped. It'll be on a kind of a dump valve system, and once it obviously hits a level, the water then is then obviously pumped and added to the waterhole. But with the number of zebra that have come through, of course they do drink considerable amounts of water. And we've even noticed in the last few weeks, just because of the rain kind of stopping, kind of dying off for the moment, how that water level is also decreased, also because it isn't kind of receiving that runoff anymore either. But it is pumped, and it will be on a dump valve system. So it's quite fascinating, just because there's kind of this constant kind of supply of zebra coming through. Little pockets of harems, but just really lots of them. The numbers of them in the area obviously really high at the moment. You just notice as each little pocket kind of joins, how the numbers then swell within the waterhole, and then of course we notice as the different units kind of move off. So you'll see them kind of separate again as they slowly move away from the waterhole.
In a world full of upheaval, we all need a quiet and safe place. A place where anxiety and stress don't exist. A place where life carries on. Slip away into a brand new show exclusively on Wild Earth. Just nature.
At some stage, the male lion, the big dominant male, is going to pitch up, lazily walk on over and come and feed. I think he's still down in the basin or near to the basin itself, maybe on the side. I don't think that he's been here and fed, so it would be lovely if he pitches up. He would follow the scent trail of the females to be able to find them, and it would be nice if he would make an appearance. So that's what we can look forward to, hopefully. Looks like now that these cubs may be moving up to that thicket in the background. But you won't find this female walking too far. There were some crows that came around a little bit earlier and she ran down towards the carcass. She's very concerned because there's still lots of meat there, so she's going to protect it. And you can see she's looking down at it, just making sure that nobody's coming in to steal anything. It would be a bit easier for her if she stayed next to the carcass. But with her having little cubs, it is instinctive as well for her to sometimes sort of just remove them a little bit away from a carcass, because that is then an attraction to other dangerous animals that could potentially come in and pose a threat to her cubs. So it is a good move, just keeping them a little bit of a distance away from a lying carcass that is blowing now in the wind. As I said earlier, the scent won't be as strong as it would be once it starts to rot, but it will still be wafting in the air and blowing in the wind. And whatever's downwind of this carcass will be able to pick that up, even up to a couple of kilometers away. The more it ages, the further that smell will go, but hyenas and the likes, they've got extremely strong sense of smell, and they will smell it if the wind blows in their direction. So, and with it not being very hot, that's why you're seeing a little bit more activity from these cats. Because if it was very hot, I can tell you they would be sleeping hard right now in the shade. With them having such full bellies, you will see, even though it's not hot, there will be an amount of panting with all that blood rushing to the stomach and the digestive processes now kicking in. And we've seen with the cheetah how quickly they digest their food within a day after having eaten a lot of meat. And they digest it extremely quickly. Lions also do digest quickly, but not quite as quickly as cheetah would. So just for any new viewers that have just joined us, hello and welcome to Escape to Nature. We're coming to you live from the Amakhala Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape Province, where we have been enjoying the sighting with it's 2 female lions with 4 cubs. They've made a eland kill and they've fed a lot on it. And just to update you what else has been going on, Alex, he's on the dam cams and he's had zebras, springbok drinking down at the waterhole. And Nick, who's on Kariga, he's had ostrich and nyala, zebra and rhino. I hope he's been able to see Thandi, the beautiful, very important rhino that survived a poaching incident. Now, just as we say that, I just want to show you my face. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and on the camera I've got Mpho with me. Yes, indeed. So enough of my ugly face. Let's go back to the very good-looking lions. She's constantly concerned on that carcass. Still lots of meat there, and they could be here for the next couple of days. So Orlando, typical with lions, the females do most of the hunting. That's not to say that males don't hunt at all, but especially once a male sort of dominates a territory and he takes on or has a pride of females with youngsters, etc., he's more concerned with marking that territory, both with urine, with claw marks, and with roaring. So he does a lot of patrolling. And sometimes there's coalition of males. In this instance, there's the one that goes around and marks everywhere possible, all around and across the territory. So he sprays and he claws trees, and so leaves visual marks as well as then the sound of his roar. So that's what he's mostly concerned with. And then if there's any other males that come into the area, he needs to fight them off. He's also a big security around the pride itself. So when there's any issues or conflict with hyenas in particular, a big male lion will sort them out very, very quickly. A male lion can reach up to about 250 kilograms, whereas the females average in at around 120 or so. So he's a lot bigger than them, but he's not as well designed physiologically for hunting. The females are a lot more sleek, slender, and they can run faster. So better suited for hunting, but even if they're struggling to take down a big prey such as a buffalo, it's great to have the male around to help with that power that is required. But generally, he's spending most of his time concerned with his territory and fighting off other males. So it's the females that get to do most of the hunting. And you'll see it when the females do make a kill and males are around. They will come in, and if it's a big enough kill, they'll eat first and they dominate the carcass. And then later, once he's had enough, he'll sort of relax, and then the females will then go and feed after him, even though they've taken down the prey themselves. And we saw it the other day when one of the females caught a little piglet, warthog, and he just came in and took it and ate the whole thing for himself, leaving none for the females. So in this particular instance, the females have taken the cubs and they've walked off from the male and made a kill, and now they've had a good chance to feed, and they've got a lot left for him, but he hasn't quite made an appearance just yet. So that's sort of the dynamics of how it works with lions. It's generally the females that do most of the hunting, but the males will feed first. And actually what we saw the other day that happens as well is the females, I think it was a warthog as well, that they got, but they didn't kill it. And they brought it for the cubs, which is in a way allowing them an opportunity to learn how to kill an animal. And you can see it's almost like a light bulb that goes on in their head. They'll play with the pig for quite a while. It's injured, obviously, by the females that have caught it. So it can't really run away, but it does struggle. And then it's not really nice to watch because, whatever animal they've done this with takes quite a long time and struggles, and it's in the presence of these massive predators. But the cubs then have an opportunity to learn about that process of killing an animal and getting in on the neck. And you have that light bulb moment. You see them playing with the prey, and then all of a sudden you'll see one of them just go in on the neck and bite down. And then once that light bulb has switched on, then whenever they bring a prey in, then that sort of happens, and different cubs can take different amounts of time for that light bulb switch to go on. So then they'll do it quite regularly and give the youngsters an opportunity to learn about that killing process. And it also happened with Lauren when she was with Davy, and she was actually with Pumulela, the female cheetah. They had a springbok that she had caught, and then she brought it for her two cubs, and it took hours for them to kill it. They were playing with it, playing, and then all of a sudden that light switch went on, and then they went, and actually kill it. So it's quite it can be a lengthy process, and they maybe have to go through it quite regularly, a lot of times, but then that's how they learn how to actually kill an animal. And it's the adults that bring in an injured prey, and then they get that opportunity to first play with it and then learn how to kill it. And then slowly more and more they'll become part of the actual hunting process. And initially they generally actually spoil the hunts because they start chasing too soon, they don't wait, they chase from too far, they take on animals that are too big for them, like giraffe. We've seen it with these three-male coalition of cheetah. They've been chasing giraffe and adult zebra, and they've got to be really careful because they can actually get injuries which, you know, could lead to them dying or their death. So important lessons that need to be learnt as they go through and growing up in the life of a predator. And yeah, one wrong move and a break of a leg or an injury to the face, you know, a kick from the zebra in the jaw, broken jaw, you know, that's the first and last time they'll learn that lesson, because they'll actually die from it. So in the lessons that they learn with their adults or their parents, important that they have as many lessons as possible, so that it puts them in the best position for when they are actually doing hunting for themselves. Luckily for lions, they, you know, remain together as a team. Obviously males will eventually move off on their own, and then they've got to start hunting for themselves, and that's a very difficult part of life for male lions, and that's the period where you do have quite high mortality, because you've got these maturing males that get pushed from territory to territory, and they're lucky to survive the sort of dominant males that are in those territories. And then they need to hunt for themselves, where previously they would have had the security and provisions that the pride will supply. And later, when they go off on their own, nomadic, they need to learn to hunt for themselves, where they've previously been supplied with it. So high mortality rate for those young males, where the females will then remain with the pride and continue on that learning process and just become part of the team. And the males then need to go off and survive that period of being a nomad. And if they can survive that period, they become then very proficient hunters in their own right, and then eventually they can also take on another male and potentially a pride of their own. But yeah, that's where the most mortality happens with lions, is with those males that need to fend for themselves. So yeah, the wind's blowing in the wrong direction to give the clues to the big male that there's meat here, but he'll still have that trail that would have been left by the females just as they walked through the grass. So, excuse me, if he put his nose to the ground, he would be able to follow them and find exactly where they are. It's incredible how they can do that just by where the female would have walked. You can pick up that scent, and you can often see that with, I see it with my Basset Hound dogs at home. They've got an extremely good sense of smell, and if they don't know where I've gone, they literally stick their nose to the ground. And I often turn around if I've walked around in the garden or something, and then I've come to a particular point, and I can see then suddenly the dogs have lost sight of me, and they're trying to catch up of where I am. And then they'll put their nose to the ground and they literally follow the exact trail that I walked all the way back to where I am. And often they almost walk right into me just with their nose on the ground and their eyes down, and suddenly get a surprise when they see that I'm right in front of them. But quite uncanny how they can follow that exact trail that I walked just from where my feet went and put down on the ground. So lions are able to do the same, and they're able to follow each other to where they may have walked even if it's kilometers away, just by smelling on the ground. Now, if it had to rain in between, that could maybe dampen that scent trail, and then that's when they might vocalize and start walking big zigzags through the reserve to try and pick up anything or any new sign of where the other individuals have moved to. So there's a few methods, but rain would definitely change that scent trail as well. So not too much movement now. The cubbies did seem like they've walked up to the next thicket up top, and the female, that's their mother, is just looking down at the carcass itself. The other female, I'm not quite sure where she is. She's also in the vicinity. She was out in the open here, but when we were watching the cubs on the other side of the thicket, she must have gotten up and moved, maybe gone in to a bush just here somewhere. She'll also be here as part of the team with this mommy female. If there's anything that comes in to try and steal this carcass, she'll also be part of the defense. So already earlier there was a jackal that tried to come in and was killed by one of these females. Not quite sure where it is, somewhere here in the grass. With all that meat, they probably won't eat the jackal. That's just to stop it from eating their food. And then there's also been some crows that have had a little bit of a look, and then it got the female up, and she just made sure that they went on their way. But we can expect other animals to come in and see if they can get some free food. So, Tinus, there aren't any vultures here. It's as a result of human activity. Because this is in the Sweetveld part of South Africa, it's an extremely highly productive region, flora-wise. So the plants here grow very well, and there's a lot, the dominant grass species is very sweet, and it creates a very high carrying capacity potential. So when the first settlers arrived in this area, they very quickly realized that this was perfect for agriculture and for farming of livestock, etc. So they began, those kind of activities. And then with that came the conflict with predators of lions and hyenas, leopards, caracal, jackals, etc. And so with it being such a productive region, there would have also been a lot of antelope, and as a result, a lot of predators that, come because of that. So they would have obviously been fighting with all these elements and all these different animals in all the time trying to farm with their livestock. And the predators obviously would have been a big problem. So, historically, the ways to eliminate predators would have been to shoot them, sort of be everywhere all the time. So they also did a lot of poisoning, and that would have been putting out carcasses with poison in them, and predators like lions, leopards, hyenas, everything will take a free, easy meal. Then move in and be poisoned by the carcass. And not only them, as the predators, the side effect of that, they would die from the poisoning, and all those animals that were dead, including the carcass with the poison in it, would have been fed on by the vultures. And so that's mainly the reason why there are none in the Eastern Cape is farming activity and eradicate been in conflict with the farming activities, especially around livestock. So that obviously is a very big side effect of what the activities that were taking place here historically. What is nice now is there's a lot of these farmed areas that have been returned to natural wilderness areas, and rehabilitating of the land, etc. A lot of areas would have been cleared from the thicket type bush that we get here, into open plains so that the animals can graze. So, we've had sort of a very or a terrible story, with the activities of farming, but now we have a return to the kind of wilderness setting that may have been in the beginning. It's going to take a long time, but sooner or later, with the help of all these reserves, we'll get there. Anyway, that's a nice little sort of overview of why there are no vultures here. But where there are lots of vultures, but it's sometimes difficult to see them, is at Okukuyo.
Thanks, Ralph. And pretty much the same scene going on here. Lots more springbok though than zebra. Unfortunately, we haven't seen any of the abundant vultures, but we have seen a lot of abundant storks of late, and no doubt they will also make an appearance at some point, probably towards midday or early afternoon. Quite a bit still going on. And just nice little audio actually being able to be picked up from all the little springbok that are here, as well as that zebra bray. Taking over much of the bird vocal that would be around, I think. A couple of blacksmith lapwings still around. Need to see if we can't find the grebe dodging. There it is, just in front of the springbok there, but dodging all the other four-legged herbivores that have been around. The springbok almost sound like amphibians, or like little frogs. It's a cool little sound as well, quite peaceful. Some crows off in the distance, and it does look like it's going to be a pretty hot day here today. So I do think that this will probably be the trend. Lots of animals coming to and going from the Okukuyo waterhole. Hi Prudence, and I think if there were any frogs in here, there would probably be platanias, so those clawed freshwater frogs that we get, the platana being kind of the Southern African name really for it, one name for it, the kind of a freshwater clawed frog, I think is the other kind of terminology that we would use. And my assumption is that there are some within the waterhole, there are some terrapins as well, there also are the odd rain frog in that around Natasha too, some bullfrogs as well perhaps, some kudu coming to join us, so they're a great addition. We'll just have a look here, lots of springbok in the shade as well, and really not too windy at the moment either. So just enjoying the new arrivals, the kudu. Haven't seen them for a few days. Nice to get them here. Of course, kind of are really overwhelmed by Springbok at the moment. Them taking over from the zebra. At the moment, the odd call of the Blacksmith lapwing. Hi, Tammy. Yes, Okaukuejo has a fantastic population of lion. And we do see them from time to time, generally in the evening. And the resident pride of this area is the Umbika pride. And they operate between this waterhole, the Okaukuejo waterhole, and the Umbika waterhole, I'm told. With a very strong population of lion, one of the best places in the world to see wild lion is here in Etosha. So just to give you an idea, there are roughly around 750 odd lions in the Okaukuejo population. I'm not too sure what spooked everyone there. No doubt we'll get a return. We'll have a little look around here. I don't think that was lions though. Looks like just something might have spooked them on this side. No doubt coming back to the water. So just continuing with our lion chat here in Etosha. Etosha effectively has around 3.8% of the world's wild lion population that's left. The world wild lion population being at around 20,000 odd individuals. Tanzania being home to around 40% of those. The Kruger Park, for example, having around 1,600 odd lions within the greater Kruger Park system as well. Just some information on lion demographics. Of course, there are a number of subspecies too. The lions we would find here being part of the Angolensis. So, Panthera leo angolensis, Angolan subspecies race, really. Across in the Kruger being Panthera leo krugeri. That kind of extends across the Limpopo through to the Kalahari as well.
Did you know that explorers are watching ad-free right now? Right this very minute, they are listening to the soothing sounds of nature and seeing uninterrupted content.
I am shaking with excitement.
But don't fret, you can try out an Explorer subscription in monthly, 6-monthly and yearly options. Experience nature naturally, totally ad-free. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
So just enjoying the end of our kudu sighting for the moment. Looks like those 2 cows moving off. One last cow still in the water. Definitely enjoying some time with them. Nice to see them. It's been some time. Perhaps we will get the opportunity to see some of the bulls as well. There are some really magnificent bulls in the area too. But for now, just the 3 cows that have come through to join us. We've got that kind of croaky kind of grunt going on from all the springbok communicating to themselves over here. Quite a cool little sound. Some of them having figured out where the fresh water is. Some of them quite happy to just take on kind of muddied waterhole water from all the zebra. It looks like this kudu cow going to slowly start heading off. We've got 1 gemsbok in the water, and we are being approached by a number of separate harems of zebra at the moment as well. So lots going on, lots to just enjoy. So quite awesome just watching these zebra come through, and you'll hear them as they churn the water up. Something that every one of them seems to do, kind of over exuberant and probably rather thirsty as they get to the water. Of course, if you have joined us, this is a live and interactive experience, and if you are watching this on our app or website, you can register to ask questions or let me know what you would like to see today or even chat about. However, please do subscribe to our channel on YouTube so Wild Earth can notify you of all the other amazing content we have. And be sure not to miss out on any of the other moments that we might have captured or brought to you throughout the course of the day, week, month, even year. Lots still going on. We're waiting on more zebras to come and join us at the moment. A couple of Cape Crow still shouting about in the distance, and 1 lone gemsbok kind of barricading itself off from both the springbok and the zebra at the moment. Hi Claire, thank you very much for your question. I just want to double check something. Because from what I can remember, that isn't the case. They aren't known hosts of the cholera bacteria. Not to say that they can't maybe move it from area to area and that might affect humans, but from what I'm aware, there aren't many animals that it may affect. So it's generally animals won't be able to develop any effects or ill effects really from that cholera or the bacteria causing cholera. So just talking about cholera, maybe a bit morbid, but for those of you that don't know, it's generally contracted by human beings as a disease from contaminated water, and it's generally because of human sewage. It contains a bacteria that then obviously is within or found within that water source. So it's a waterborne disease, and it's generally prevalent where sanitation is lacking, unavailable, or not ideal. As I said, it can be passed on, so if there are animals that may be around, so perhaps crabs, that kind of thing, in a freshwater source that maybe move and or maybe have that bacteria on their shell or whatever, they may move it from area to area or source to source, and that might cause or lead to further infections in a population. But it's not generally that animals contract cholera. You have things such as hippos and the rest that obviously are in water constantly. They don't contract cholera. Neither would these zebra or any of these other herbivores that are here. They do have far stronger digestive systems than that, and bacterial breaking down properties really within those digestive systems than what we have. And obviously able to stomach rather unpalatable or unsavory water, at least for human beings. They have that ability to take that on board and obviously do the most with it from there. So lots going on, and of course, you know, with all these animals sharing this water, the minerals, the other organisms, of course, they obviously defecate in the water as well. They also, to some degree, develop properties or abilities to kind of handle, digest, or break down anything that would be problem-causing. So I suppose also through exposure, they also then develop that ability to kind of be immune to some of those waterborne diseases. Of course, there have been things such as the algal blooms and that across in the Kruger and in the Lowveld, and that did lead to some deaths, but it wasn't cholera causing. It did harm some of the other herbivores and animals that were drinking it from those water sources. Morning, Jacob. Thanks very much for your question. And with regards to the zebra, it could be a number of things that causes a fight. It could be stallions competing for each other. Another stallion maybe trying to capture other mares for his harem. That might lead to a bit of conflict. It could also just be kind of intra-harem competition as well. So perhaps pecking orders being needed to be found out. Maybe a youngster out of line. Maybe trying to show or showing a bit of dominance, maybe towards a more dominant stallion. So there's quite a bit with regards to the zebra dynamic and with regards to their temperament, because they can be rather feisty. They kick and bite each other quite substantially. It's not rare to see zebras with missing tails, even little bite marks, or even them going after each other. So primarily the conflict would be within the zebra that we would witness right now. Although it's not to say that the Springbok here might not have the odd kind of play kind of tussle as well, kind of also assessing dominance, strength, that kind of thing. But there isn't a set breeding season for either one of these herbivores. Springbok and zebra breed throughout the year, so maybe some competition with regards to breeding between both of them, if there was either a ewe or a mare in estrus, or presenting signs of being in estrus as well. That might cause some level of testosterone spiking within some of the rams or the stallions, and that might lead to conflict as well. But generally the zebra far more active with regards to being conflict driven or conflict seeking, and the Springbok a lot more placid with regards to that. Not to say that it doesn't happen though, but definitely a bit more placid in temperament. So still just enjoying the sights and sounds of Okakuya Waterhole at the moment. Lots being said by the Springbok for now. The zebras seem to have quietened down for the moment. I'm sure that will probably change, and it looks like we've got the first of the Aben stalks. Just here, bottom right of the waterhole. The numbers did swell up quite considerably towards midday yesterday, so that'll probably be another thing we will look out for. Keep our eyes peeled for that. Of course, waiting to see who else may come and join us. So we've got one stalk here kind of for the moment, trying to dodge the springbok. It's normally the other way around, where the springbok have to dodge the storks. At least that has been the case of late. So quite cool just seeing how that might all unfold. And it looks like a lot of the zebra slowly starting to move off, but I'm sure they will be replaced. Many replacements to be found around here in Etosha. Quite cool just to see the number of foals that are present at the moment as well. So getting a cool gauge on local dynamics. And here comes what I think will be the first of the next few harems to come join us. And you'll see some of the zebra actually even chasing the springbok around as well at the moment. So definitely making sure weight is thrown around. The springbok definitely have taken over for the moment. Hi Letabo. So while springbok can jump very high at around 3 meters or so, what they do to also showcase their agility and obviously what good nick they are in. They start and pronk, and that is also when they kind of that bounding stride, also leaping high in the air as well. But also they are incredibly fast, so speed primarily what they will be using to get away from predators. So known to be the 3rd fastest mammal in the world, 2nd in Africa. The Thompson's gazelle just behind that, Impala probably just behind that as well. Also fairly quick and also able to jump very high. Impala also at around 3 meters or so. It's always quite awesome when the Gemsbok get into the middle of the waterhole like this. Very iconic, of course, watching those horns. They do look like royalty when they are about like this. The pawns basically being the springbok and the zebra. So our royal oryx at the moment is kind of flanked by those 2 zebra harems. There's one also just off to the left of it. Of course, if you have also joined us, Wild Earth is looking for unique, jaw-dropping, beautiful wild animal sightings and encounters from our viewers to use across the Wild Earth platforms. And in return, you can earn money, win prizes, or see your name in the credits on the Wild Earth TV shows. So if you are interested and you do have anything awesome to share, please do go look on our website, find the tab for content creator and click on there to find out more information. So it looks like Oryx is deciding to move off. There's a couple more just hanging off. The Zebras continuing to filter their way down. And the Springbok being ever present at the moment. The Cape Crows slowly getting their voices. And I can't see where that Adam Stork has got to just yet. But you can expect a large number of them at some point. Did just hear some of the first European bee-eater audio for the day. So that's nice to pick up on. And it looks like that Stork has also tried to make its way away from all the activity with the Springbok for now, waiting on replacements or reinforcements. So we've actually got the first little bit of jostling going on between some of the Springbok right now. Probably nothing too crazy, but definitely checking out the strength of each other right there. Try to get a little closer. Not too sure how long it'll continue for. Looks like that's probably the end of it. You'll also be able to make out those two Gemsbok going at it at the other side of the waterhole right now, and they really will have a full go at each other. Can get rather heated between bulls. Also, I suppose, trying to figure out mating rights, dominance between them even. Looks like it seems to be over. Victor seems to have been found. We can move at quite some speed. So what was once really inundated with zebra, for the moment there is a little break. We've got some game spot coming through. It looks like 1 or 2 wildebeest that might also make use of a little bit of peace. So there is this quite obvious a little break in zebra numbers. The wildebeest are coming through, but where we are going is to check in again with Rolf and see what's going on with his lions.
So our female, she's gotten up and she's gone on over and joined the other female off in that thicket there. So she's left the cubs a little bit away from her, and I'm just hoping that she might give a contact call and we'll see them running over to go and join them in under that big thicket there. And still no sign of the male, so we're hoping that at some stage he does come through and make an appearance. It's a shame now we can't really see them inside that thicket. You might just see them moving around. It's still nice and cool, lots of clouds around, the wind is picking up, so they may be a little bit mobile, but it all depends on how much they've eaten. They might actually just go for a snooze in there as well. And sometimes they do leave the cubs on their own. That's how they do it when they go off hunting. They leave them, and then once they've made a kill, then they sort of call the cubs and walk them over. But the cubs are quite comfortable staying on their own. And we'll just wait for the female to give a sort of little contact call, and that will bring the youngsters over. Very subtle little kind of noise. I can't do it exactly the same as them, but it's not very loud, but it does pierce, and the little youngsters do pick it up and then run across.
Wild Earth's mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
inside that bush? Not really, hey? I've sort of maybe have seen the best of it for the next few hours. Such big fat bellies, they might now have a proper siesta. And maybe with that female now having gone into that thicket itself, she's decided to leave the carcass a bit and get some rest, which is also good for her. She needs to catch up on some sleep. Those little youngsters, they do keep her very busy. So if you have 4 little cubs like that to look after, it takes a lot of energy out of you. So good for her to get some sleep time. And what's next for us? Well, in the middle of the day like this, normally when it's very hot, we would expect a lot of the animals to be coming down to the waterhole to drink, especially elephants, buffalo and the likes, and warthog. But with it being cool like this, the activity might be a little bit different. So we'll just have to take a drive around and see what's hanging about. My feeling is that it's not too much about the thirstiness. It's just a normal activity that we're going to see, other than when it's very hot and the animals head down to the water. That's not the case today. Shame. I know it's not the most exciting thing, watching a bush, but we're just hoping that we might see a bit of activity there. Otherwise, as I say, we'll have to move on. We can't sit here looking at nothing. I say nothing, obviously there's lots of trees and things around, but there's not really any movement or animals that we can see with any clarity now. Come on, Mr. Male Lion, make an appearance. This is the perfect opportunity for you. So, and while we're watching a bush and grass being blown around in the wind, and somewhere in the background there is a lion. For any new viewers that have just joined us, hello and welcome to Escape to Nature. We're coming to you live from the Amakhala Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape Province, where this morning we started out with the lions that had killed an eland, and the little cubbies were feeding on it, and then they've been running around, they've been chasing each other and so on. They've now sort of headed up into the thickets, I think, and I would imagine for a sleep, because their stomachs are so fat they can hardly walk. So very happy, healthy and fat lions, and the 2 females, they've disappeared into that thicket, an alternative thicket to the right of them, the cubs, and they've also, I would imagine, have gone down for a sleep. And at the other locations, Alex, he's had a variety of antelope at the waterhole, and he was speaking a bit about cholera not having any ill effects on animals, and that Okukuyu in fact does have lions, but they are mostly seen late at night. And he spoke about the different reserves population of lions, with Kruger having about 1,600. And Nick on Kariega, he's had some rain, which we might also get at some stage, because we're not too far from where he is at the Kariega Game Reserve. Us being here on Amakhala, a little bit further inland and towards Gqeberha or Port Elizabeth, but very similar kind of weather you can expect in the 2 reserves. So that's pretty much what has been going on for now, and as we just chat about those little things. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and on the camera I've got Mpo with me. Yes, indeed, my faithful wingman. What a good team member he is. Some stage we'll have to get him in front of the camera and you can see what he looks like. but this weather seems to be closing in a little bit more, and we might actually get some rain. The wind is coming from the west, so it's turned to a westerly wind now. Earlier it was a southeaster, and yesterday it was a howling southeaster, the Cape Doctor as we call it. But today it sort of changed direction completely, and then the system seems to have rolled in, seemingly from the coast. I do believe that the cyclone Freddy has actually returned, so we might get a bit of the effects of that, sort of not full effect, but the outer reaches and the systems that move with it. We might get a bit of rain and so on, especially if it's coming. You know what, I was saying east. Yeah, I'm getting all my directions mixed up here. The wind is now coming from the east. Yesterday we had it coming from the west. And that is where the Cyclone Freddy system would be moving in from. It had a big effect on Madagascar. It's also moved into Mozambique, and then Limpopo and Mpumalanga and Zimbabwe have had a lot of effects of the Cyclone Freddy. So it's not anywhere near to us. It's just the sort of systems that are moving on the outskirts of it. I think this is a little bit of what we're getting now. Right, so I think we're going to probably head up and move off and go and see what else we can find, because this sighting now has pretty much quietened down and there's not too much happening. And as the wind's coming in from the east, and I get it correct, I'm going to head you off in that direction to Kariega and Nek.
Scenes here, some blesbok, some zebra. So I did head across to try and find some elephants, hopefully. Remember I was mentioning earlier how some of the guys did have fresh tracks this morning. Went and had a little look around the area, and the tracks went from sort of the far western side of the zebra plains down into the deep valleys. So we did have a little bit of rain that actually came in as well. Wind picked up, so I'm not surprised that they did make that decision to go down into the valley, get a bit of protection. And the rain has kind of been coming in little waves. It hasn't been like a torrential rainfall at all. It's just been like a pretty steady type of drizzle. It kind of comes in waves. But luckily it has seemed to have moved on for the moment. Our zebras are out in the clearing here doing a bit of grazing. The jackals seem to have sorted their little debate out. There's no more wailing coming from them. And I've also been having a good look out for those baboons. Remember last time you were with me here, I was saying how there were baboons on either side of the clearing shouting to each other. Crystal, you feeling the Kariega relaxing vibes here, as they say? No, it is. It's lovely. It's beautiful and relaxing. Animals doing their thing. Everybody's getting on with each other. A few crows calling in the background here, I'm sure you can hear. ravens, actually, to be specific. White-necked ravens. And a few of our smaller bird species calling as well. There's been a few canaries, brimstone canaries, yellow-fronted canaries, obviously those crows that we just mentioned now. And look how much these zebras are sticking out from the surrounding area. You know, it is just so green. I hope that the picture your side is actually doing it justice of how green it really is. So the other day I actually went back and looked at some of the past footage from just before we actually had all of these rains over the past sort of 2.5 weeks or so, just to kind of get an idea of exactly what the sort of the Scotia Dam clearing area was looking like. Obviously now everything is so vibrant and green, and it was amazing how, you know, a lot of the thickets and things were green, which is kind of what is expected. But we were pretty much slap bang in the middle of summer then. But you could definitely see a massive change. The grasses were not brown, but they weren't green either. You know, so this area is really, it's been replenished, it's been rejuvenated by the rains. And I know the last little session of rain that we did have, what was that now, a few days ago, maybe 4 or 5 days ago, when we had those really hard rains. The team here at Kariega, the conservation team, has had to be hard at work after that. You know, there was that hard rain, so there was obviously a lot of runoff, and a lot of the main roads, there was just so much runoff, so much erosion that happened on the roads that the guys have been having to try and fix the roads. You know, there's always that happy equilibrium that you need to try and find in terms of maintenance of roads and things like that. In terms of, yes, you are in the bush, you know, you are in a game reserve, so you don't want to be driving on a tarmac. But at the same time, you know, you don't want to be getting backache after every single game drive, and, you know, obviously with tough roads making it harder to get from A to B, maybe from one sighting to another, very difficult. So the team's been very busy at Kariega maintaining the road system here. Obviously, which is just a thing of summer. In winter, nobody's really going to have to do that. Yeah, this looks like potentially our little zebra foal that we had earlier, that was having a little Sunday morning snooze, little Sunday sleep-in. He's managed to rouse himself, and he's kind of moving around and about with the rest of the dazzle. I'm also having a good scan out for that herd of buffalo. Remember those crows, those white-necked ravens? They quite often move around with that herd, you know, in the hope that the herd flushes anything out. And you know, there is kind of quite a close association of them down here on the clearings. So I'm just having a good scan around just to see if there aren't any sign of them here. You know, like I was saying, when I went looking for the elephants, I moved further west, because we are on the kind of the eastern side of the reserve here. So I kind of went deeper into some of the valleys and some of the ridge lines and things like that. Didn't see any signs of those buffaloes there. I mean, there's every chance they could have gone further south or even north. Taylor, no, I haven't been stuck on any of the roads of Kariega. Not just yet. But no, the other day I did want to actually go and do just a little bit of exploring, just to go and see some different areas. I also just wanted to check it out because, you know, obviously down in some of these deep valleys, signal can be a little bit of a problem. So I did want to just go and check it out, just to potentially try and see if we could bring some new areas to you guys. And I was chatting with the head guide, saying, you know, could I get a map of these new areas just so I can go and check it out and know roughly where I am and things like that. And that was, you know, obviously wasn't thinking properly. That was straight the day after we had that torrential downpour. And he wisely said, give it a day or two, because on that morning drive there were, I think it was 3 different guides here on the reserve that got stuck. But no, I haven't been stuck myself just yet, and I don't plan on getting stuck anytime soon. I went down to, obviously yesterday we were down at the Kariega River during our escape to nature, if you're with us. But a few days before that, I went exploring kind of the Kariega River area, checking to see if there were any good signs and of otters, of those Cape Clawless otters moving around. And one of the roads that went down there, it was an incredibly steep road, and it, you know, dropped off all of a sudden from the sort of this plateau, and very rocky as well. And I thought, like, hey, I am not going to be driving down that. So I got out the car and I walked all the way down to the bottom just to check it out. And I was chatting to some of the guides afterwards, you know, and obviously I don't know the road network here, you know, as well as they do. So I was trying to describe the area of where I was, and we kind of all figured it out. And they said, no, it's a good thing you didn't drive down there. That road is closed because it's pretty steep. But no, there's, you know, you've got to find that balance. It's always nice to go and explore some new areas, but at the same time, you know, no need to be reckless. But in terms of being stuck, I have been stuck on other reserves before, that is for sure. So in this one particular reserve where I worked, you know, everybody, or the guards usually have a rifle, and you've obviously got your rifle in a case. And we had one rifle case that was pink, the pink rifle case. And that there were a few different lodges that traversed one area of sort of 10,000 hectares or so. So everybody, you know, used to work collectively together in terms of finding lions and leopards and stuff like that. Anyways, this pink rifle bag would oscillate throughout the different lodges in the area. Of whoever got their vehicle stuck last, you would have to take that pink rifle bag, and then you'd have to write your name then and give it a tick, or put like the Roman numerals and stuff for the amount of times that you got stuck. So it's not like you would just have it and then nobody knows if you've had it, you know, twice or 10 times. You can count on there how many times, you know, you've had the bag, and you would keep that pink bag until somebody else gets stuck. So if you get stuck at the end of summer going into winter, obviously when we're not getting a lot of rainfall and stuff like that, you're going to have that pink bag for a long time. And that happened to me. I ended up having the pink bag, I think for like 3 months or something like that. A long time. You know, that's quite a chuckle. you've got this bag, and needless to say, after you've had it for a while, if you've had it for like 2 weeks, you know, you become, what's the word, acclimatized to having it. You become used to having it, you know, it just becomes second nature. You forget that you've got this very pink rifle bag. And your guests would come, and every single guest, you know, it's in your eye. It's like a Hello Kitty type of pink. Everyone would say, oh, you know, what's this pink bag for? What's this pink bag for? And you'd be reminded, oh, you know, I've got the pink bag still. So it was a good little bit of friendly banter between all of the different lodges there. You know, and to get that bag, it would always be that if you had to ask another vehicle to come and give you a hand, that is when you would get the bag. If you were able to kind of get yourself out, you know, maybe jack the car up and drive off of the jack, or put some sticks and branches and stuff like that under the tires. You know, that wasn't classified as being worthy to get the pink rifle bag. But it did kind of change from there to if you damage the environment in any way, you know, and trying to get out, if you caused any ruts or anything like that, which is probably a good rule, you would have to get the dreaded pink bag. So it was a good bit of friendly banter. So if we were using that pink bag within Wild Earth, I think our latest member who would be holding the bag would be James. I know he did manage to get his vehicle bogged down the other day. I didn't see it myself, but word travels fast. Oh, it's amazing though that when those things happen, you know, it's like the worst thing ever. And then you look back on it in retrospect and it's all just a good laugh at the end of the day. But you know, you spend enough time out in the bush, you will get stuck. You will have to change tires and things like that. I remember I had a group of photographic guests. They were very keen to try and photograph hippo in the late afternoon, you know, when we still had a good bit of sunlight around. And obviously later on in the afternoon they start to get active and yawn quite a lot. So that was our afternoon plan, and on the way we started to go to this waterhole that was known for having quite a lot of hippo. And on the way there we got a flat tire. And obviously now it was late afternoon, the light was just unbelievable. It was this golden light bathing the whole entire area, and we weren't far. So we had to try and change this tire as fast as we could. So my tracker and I, we got out and we started to change the tire, and it was like a little friendly competition. The guest said, no, quick, you know, we need to get our photo, we're going to time you. And they did end up timing us. And from the time that, you know, we started to loosen the nuts on the tire, and we'd work together, myself and my tracker. You know, I was loosening the nuts and then he would jack the car up, and we managed to do it in 2 minutes and 38 seconds. So if there are any Formula One teams out there looking for a mechanic, you can get hold of myself and my previous tracker. Oh, we've got a little surprise here. From across the clearing, we were talking about them earlier. It looks like our herd of buffalo are making an appearance. Look at that. There they come. They are marching towards Scotia Dam. Wow, that's awesome to see. So it looks like they were resting somewhere up in the thickets on the southern side of the clearing. And they are now coming out, possibly for a little bit of a drink. I wouldn't say it's hot enough for them to mud wallow. But that's very nice to see. I might have to reposition the vehicle slightly to be able to get them to drink. I won't be able to see from here. There's a little bit of a distance. But that's a nice little surprise. Here we are talking about changing tires and just enjoying our time out in the bush. And the buffaloes just pop out. I feel like that is the bush for you. You know, you can often head out with a plan of wanting to find a specific animal, and it can just be really tough. You know, you can really have a tough time just to find any type of animal. And there are those days, you know, and windy days often produce that. When it's very windy, the game is just hiding. It's very hard to find. And then how kind of after a while, or even after a day or two, the floodgates open and then everything just starts popping up. Now it looks like the herd has gone down into that little dip there by Scotia Dam. So I kind of lost view of them entirely. There's just one or two individuals there. So that big tree on the right hand side that we can see, that is the Scotia tree by the dam itself. But I think maybe what I'll do is try and head down towards Scotia Dam, see if we can get a view of those buffalo drinking. I'm going to try and see if I can find a little spot down there, and we're going to take you across to Alex in the meantime and see what he's up to.
Thanks, Nick. And yes, back here in Okukuyo with a number of zebra moving away, but the Adams storks descending upon us, so good numbers of them starting to come down. And we did think that this would be the case around about this time, generally around midday or so, that we start to see their numbers swelling. There's one or two springbuck pretty much in the center of the waterhole, and you'll be able to see the zebra off to the distance there. But it looks like the Adams storks kind of ready to take over for now. Get a little bit closer on them. And just be able to enjoy them as they kind of take over the waterhole. You'll also be able to see some of the springbok drinking from the pumped water. You see far cleaner. And a couple of the springbok thoroughly enjoying themselves. A little grebe still managing to hold on. Seems like a bit of wind as well starting to pick up as well. And there you go, you can actually see that dust devil being blown across the other side of the waterhole. Rather spectacular to see that. Very arid conditions starting to prevail again. But the storks numbers definitely swelling. And it'll be interesting just to sit back and enjoy and watch as they kind of take over the waterhole. Quite a good conveyor belt of zebra at the moment. All seem to be quite happy to approach right now. So our three podium finishers really for the moment. There have been the three species that have taken the most points if we were to be able to count them. Definitely the three top of the logs for the last month or so. So the Gemsbok taking over as supreme ruler of the Okakuyo waterhole right now, dominating the center of the waterhole right now. That one Springbok that was with it, clearly getting out of harm's way. The Adam Storks coming down, great numbers. Lots of Springboks still about, and many harems of zebra to be enjoyed as well. So an awesome scene, lovely little bits of action going on, and we've got a chorus of Cape Crows. And they've also not stopped. The lovely wildebeest bull also giving us a little treat. Always love listening to those morning dove calls as well. Kind of a cute little bushveld coo that emanates from behind us at the moment. Wildebeest tracking right in front of us. There is that morning dove. And lots of storks raining down on us.
Springböcke, die springen in diese Herde von Störchen rein und treiben diese auseinander. Witzig.
So just for any of you that may have just joined us, this is a live and immersive experience, as well as it being interactive. So if you are watching on the app or on the website, you can also register to ask questions or let me know what you would like to see or even chat about. However, please also do subscribe to the channel on YouTube so that Wild Earth can notify you of all the other amazing content we have to offer. And be sure not to miss out on any of the other moments. So lots going on. The rest of the zebra that had just joined us also deciding to move on. And deciding to move on, we are also back off to Rolf to see what is going on in Amakhala.
Well, we've moved on from our sleepy lions with fat bellies, and we've managed to come across a nice herd of eland. And it's quite relative because that's exactly what the lions were feeding on. So, and as I've said previously on many occasions, these are also known as the rainbow chasers. And the animals that the Khoisan or the Bushman people used to hold in very high stead and used to follow them around because they used to normally lead them to rain. Now it is our largest antelope that we do have, reaching up to about 800 kilograms. And there is one particular very large bull within this group. And overall, the eland is not only our largest antelope, it is in fact the largest in the world. Now, it's not this is the Cape eland, but you do get the giant eland that is the largest in the world. And that is Taurotragus derbianus, and that occurs in Central and Western Africa. But this one here is the Taurotragus oryx, which occurs in East and Southern Africa, from Kenya to Botswana and down into South Africa. They do say that they stand at about 1.7 meters tall at the shoulder. But females, quite a lot smaller, weighing in about half of the weight of the eland. And they also are water independent animals, so they don't need to drink open water, quite similar to gemsbok or oryx, as well as springbok and ostriches. They will if it's available, but they don't need to. They can survive without drinking it. Similar to kudu, they're also very good jumpers, despite their big size. And they can quite easily clear a 2-meter fence. If we look across South Africa, you can also see by a lot of the names that are mentioned around the springs and places of interest. You know, when the voortrekkers first moved through, or the pioneers, they obviously were in search of water, and around the water they would then find in those particular areas lots of animals, and in particular lots of eland. And there's place names such as Elandsfontein, or like we call them in isiXhosa or in isiZulu, they call them Mpofu. And then it also leads to the fact that there are places called after Mpofu in the areas that are traditionally inhabited by the isiXhosa and isiZulu. And it does suggest then how central the region's culture is to this particular antelope. And something interesting is that the giant eland is also called Lord Derby's eland in honor of Edward Smith Stanley, which was the 13th Earl of Derby. It was first seen in England between 1835 and 1851. At that time, Lord Derby sent botanist Joseph Burke to South Africa to collect animals for his museum. And of course, with them evolved to this particular environment, the common eland is better adapted to than cattle to the African environment, and is easily domesticated. And it's been farmed for its meat and milk in both South Africa and Russia. And a female can produce up to 7 kilograms of milk per day, which is richer in fat than cow's milk. Interesting. When we look at their tracks, they can be easily confused for buffalo, very, very similar in track, which does then also suggest very similar to cattle as well. So eland, buffalo, cattle having very similar tracks. So also interspersed there with some red hartebeest. But you can see the very big difference in their horn structure, where the eland having reasonably straight horns, but they do have that spiral to it, and then the hartebeest having a little bit of a curl to it, and then at the top going straight back. You can also see how much smaller the hartebeest are than the eland. And they've just taken themselves on the leeward side of that thicket there, and probably nicely out of the wind. The females generally have a more of a fawny brown colour than the big bulls. When they get older, they turn more of a grey colour with massive dewlaps. So, speaking of the neck flaps that you see, or those dewlaps that we see on an eland, and there's often the question from guests, what is the purpose of this and why do they have them? And we see it in different animals, most notably with the eland here. We also have it with the Cape Mountain zebra. And I'll just read you a little excerpt from the Kariega Game Reserve blog, where Nick is. And they say that the strange additional neck flap is called a dewlap, and it has many different functions. One of the most important is to attract a mate. It has been found that males with a higher testosterone count have larger dewlaps, and this seems to attract more females into their harem. Female elands also have dewlaps, but they're smaller than the males. The dewlap also helps with thermoregulation, the process that enables a body to maintain its core temperature. With such a large body, overheating in very hot temperatures is a real threat. So the flap of skin is used to cool the eland's blood as it circulates through this area. When eland walk, their dewlaps move from side to side, and the air movement cools their blood temperature. So, if you wanted to know, that's what they say is the purpose of a dewlap. And it does make sense because you find them in very arid areas, semi-arid to arid. This is probably on the edge of their geographical normal distribution, moving further into the Karoo and then north from there into the Northern Cape and into Namibia and the Kalahari. But today it's not very hot at all, so they probably wouldn't require the use of the dewlap on a day such as this. Keeping warm, they just go onto the leeward side of the thicket, which is what they're doing now. Shame, but I wonder if it's one of the individuals from this herd that got taken out by the lions. They did seem to be a little bit skittish when we arrived, so maybe they're still reeling from one of their members disappearing. You often hear the little click that sounds like their knees are having a bit of arthritis or so. When you get older and you walk, your knees click. And when eland walk, you often hear this little click. But they did think that it was also from the joints, but on closer inspection, if you look at the eland, their toes, which they've only got two of, overlap in the front, and you can see it in the track. and that little edge of the toe actually clicks past one another. So when they walk, you hear this little click, very indicative of eland, and you can often hear it from quite a long distance. So the temperature now dropped dramatically, and the clouds have gotten thicker and built up. So I wonder if we are indeed going to get some rain. It's very cold now with the wind coming through, so we've got our jackets back on. So Precious, as far as I know, eland live into their 20s, but I'm just going to double check that and tell you, because they generally do live in the region of that. They say 15 to 20 years. Okay, so I thought that they got into their lower 20s, but yeah, not too far off, 15 to 20. That's generally, a lot of the antelope is sort of in that particular region of around that age, and they say in captivity they can live up to and older than 25 years. Revelations, thanks for your question. Yeah, you see, it's not physically possible for, interbreeding of just random different animals, such as mixing an eland with a kudu. I don't know of any attempts to try and do that, but a lot of the animals wouldn't actually be able to breed from there. They might potentially mate with each other, but it doesn't normally then produce offspring. So that's generally what would stop them from breeding in the wild. They may potentially have a mating incident, but it generally doesn't land up in offspring actually developing within the female. So it's not as easy as just putting a male and a female of the different species together, and they would mate and have babies. It doesn't normally occur like that. But if they had to, and it would normally land up that they would have a hybrid baby, and it would normally be sterile. So that's generally how those sort of mistakes or incidents land up, and then it sort of ends there. So you don't land up then having a mix between an eland and a kudu that has offspring that can have more offspring. It normally ends there. There are animals that are a lot closer. So for instance, you could probably have a mix between a Cape eland and a giant eland. And then there could be that hybridization of those two mixed in there. And then there could still be viable offspring, but geographically they would be isolated. So if you had to artificially put them together, there is the potential for that occurrence, most definitely.
At Wild Earth, we are dedicated to bringing kids into the wild on our live, free, interactive safaris. Many of you will remember that we used to do this on a daily basis prior to the pandemic. But now, courtesy of our Wild Earth Explorers, we're aiming to take schools back into nature permanently. We'd like to extend an extremely heartfelt thanks to our Wild Earth Explorers who have helped us touch the lives of so many children.
Heads. There's one, well, the big bull that's making his way on over with a group of females, but slowly heading towards that bigger part of the herd. And he's just a magnificent beast. We've seen him a few times, but just look at that dewlap. He is a beauty. If you listen carefully, you may hear the clicks. So I think we might just stay here and watch these eland for a little while. They are fascinating and just enjoying getting out of the wind there a little bit. But having said that, it wasn't long ago and I was at the Okukuyu waterhole myself and I saw in person so many of the Abdom storks coming down to drink. And I wonder if there's any there now.
Thanks, Rolf. And yes, we are currently inundated and expect to be further inundated by the Abdom storks today. One black-faced impala moving off in the distance there. A couple of zebra coming down, the springbok all over, and the wading gemsbok. Some really cool bird audio as well for us to listen into. The Cape crows, mourning dove. Just to give you just a little insight as to how many storks are here. The number's slowly starting to wane. But of course, this is kind of the beginning period for them to come through. So no doubt the numbers will swell throughout the course of the afternoon. But yeah, we are here in Okukuyu and you are with myself, Alex. It is rather clear and very warm here in Okukuyu today. Lots of action. We've been inundated with zebra, springbok. We had good numbers of wildebeest. Lovely to see some kudu. Nice black-faced impala as well as wildebeest that have joined us. And across with Rolf and Paul in Amakhala. Lovely sightings of eland, some red hartebeest, of course the lions and the lion cubs on the kill. And with Nick in Kariga, it's also been an action-packed day. A bit of rain, a bit of buffalo action, some rhinos, some inyala, and all the other awesome green sightings down there. Far different to here. It really is on the opposite side of the spectrum. You consider both locations, but very, very cool indeed, and a lovely way to escape to nature. Of course, if you have just tuned in, this is also a live and immersive experience, so do let us know if you have any questions or comments, things you'd like to chat about, or anything really of interest that you may have seen and you wish us to further expand upon. Do get those through. It's always fantastic when we get to interact with you guys as well. Quite a bit going on. Still a number of storks coming down, it seems. Looks like the number may have halted a little bit now. Looks like the springbok definitely trying to keep hold of today's podium. Just lots going on. So awesome just to sit back. Hopefully we will get a few more of the storks descending upon us. Maybe we'll get a glimpse of one or two of the Cape crows. And of course we are hoping for lots more action as well. So it's nice that this gemsbok has hung around for so long. Normally they're kind of in and out of the water and then moving right off into the wilderness. So nice that this one has decided to hang around with us for today. Most of this little bit at the moment. Quite thirsty clearly. Clearly also enjoying all the water on its legs, even on its body. Kind of crouching down at the moment too, which is quite fascinating to see. normally just wade in and drink. So quite cool to see that as well. Couple of zebra joining this other harem over here. It looks like one or two more other harems in the distance that are possibly also getting ready to join us at the water's edge. So another gemsbok coming through, and the zebra numbers starting to grow. The springbok really don't need any other invitation. They have taken over today. Adam Storks slowly building their numbers too. So we're waiting to kind of see who the eventual winner will be. But as far as things have gone so far, probably neck and neck between zebra and springbok for the moment. Hi Baobab Girl, thanks very much for your question. And I'm yet to see flamingos here at Okakuya Waterhole itself, but in Etosha, the game reserve that we're in, they definitely do occur in the large Pan Lake system. So both lesser and greater flamingo, two species I think we will be able to find here, and in good numbers as well.
De lokale Jan van Gent. Zo'n enorme viseter. De stokjes, ja. They eat a lot of Western transfer in the whole shit. We have those in Belgium, but smaller. They eat an incredible amount. That is hier in the water. How is it called here? The stok. And the other name is ondergestok. Ja. Hoe noemen ze? Ik had dat nog nooit gezien, die Vlaamse vogels. Ken je de Jan van Gent? Ja, dat is een enorme viseter.
Het ziet een beetje uit een zwarte... Ja, een
zwarte regen.
Een regen, ja.
But don't eat.
Dat is zeer mooi.
Don't fish, but you don't live in fish.
It's a very beautiful one.
like an olifant. Magnifique,
Hi, Thompson. Thanks very much for your question. Rather interesting one at that. How many lions does it take to form a pride? Generally, we start to think of a pride then being more than 2 female lionesses, so adult lionesses, obviously then joined by a male, and obviously being able to reproduce and having a litter then from there. So, I mean, prides can start off with 1 female that obviously then is able to, mate and obviously get her cubs in through to maturity, and that increasing the pride number. Of course, those lions and those cubs, the lion cubs itself, obviously have to reach maturity first before they kind of then be deemed an active pride itself. So we're normally looking for around 2 adult lionesses and obviously a dominant male lion within the area. That being kind of the generic kind of thinking with regards to what a pride then would be. But a single lioness that obviously is able to bring a litter of cubs through to adulthood, that would then obviously constitute a pride as well. And then obviously, hopefully, more than 2 lionesses then within that pride. So the pride kind of being the plural, collective. So you're generally looking at more than 2 lionesses. We call more than 1 male lion a coalition. And that would then be of male lions looking to dominate or even being dominant in an area. But as far as a pride is concerned, normally a female or a male, I suppose. Obviously being of maturity and being able to then bring cubs through to maturity as well. So kind of expanding that pride number. And pride numbers do fluctuate over time through a number of different reasons. And prides are also known to split when they get too large as well. And that generally comes down to the carrying capacity in an area. Obviously how much space there is for other territory. And also the prevalence of other factors, so things such as other coalitions of males. And of course other dispersing lions or lionesses that may have come from a bigger pride or super pride as well. So still enjoying the presence of this gemsbok. It's really nice to spend some time with these regal, arid antelope. Of course, always cool to have good numbers of springbok, as well as the really healthy numbers of zebra that we've seen of late. And nice to kind of get the descendants of all these Adams storks. I'm sure there still are many in the skies. These are the ones that have just descended upon us for the day so far. And can expect that number to possibly swell over the next hour or so as well. Lots to wait and see. Hoping to get a couple of the other characters also down here, but patience very much the key for us at the moment. But nice just to be able to enjoy a rather relaxing Sunday with all the activity that we have had so far.
I think the one who would annoy me is the oryx in the water. He thinks the pond is his top. He stays there the whole time. Very happy. If you don't have too much space,
Kijk, ja, kijk. Kijk, dat hou. Ongelooflijk.
heel wat platland. Ja, moet ik hier, ja. Het zal niet in de
The majority of the zebra are kind of moving off at the moment. Lots of springboks still around. Cape Crow coming through quite nicely at the moment. Adam Storks also picking up in number. I'm sure there will be a couple more zebra to join us. Hopefully some more gemsbok, and we're hoping on a number of other of the antelope to also come through and enjoy some time with them. So always cool, lovely to see all this action going on here. But it's also cool to check in with the other location. It's time for us to see what's going on in Kariega with Nick.
Okay, those zebras might be moving off, but we do have some stationary zebras here at Kariega. This is like the little naughty corner down here, the nursery corner rather. All of the youngsters are here. 3 different sets of youngsters, which is really nice to see. And it's really interesting to watch how each of the different sort of pairs, each of the sets of mother and youngster are really a different color. You can see the 2 on the left hand side are a lot whiter compared to the others. Yeah, obviously they've been, the slightly dirtier ones have been dust bathing, but it's obviously a lot of kind of learned behavior from the youngsters as well, that if mom seems to be dust bathing, then they'll do the same thing. That's really nice to see. And it looks like that little foal that we've got all the way on the far right hand side, that is our little late born one. You can definitely see is a lot smaller than the others. So our little waves of rain, they've decided to come to an end, which is quite nice for us. Seems to have cleared up a little bit and removed a little bit of dust from the air. Any dust that was kind of remaining there seems to have been removed now, which is always very welcome. Oh, nice little scene that we've got here. What I want to do is I do want to just try and zoom out for you here. I'm going to move very, very slowly. There is a Cape Longclaw that is just down here that I want to try and show you. So it'll be quite similar for grazers in terms of milk compositions and things like that. You know, obviously for things like hyena, which is able to eat bone, that there'll be a higher sort of nutrient quality in the milk. Obviously bone holding lots of calcium there, so the milk would be quite nutritious. But for the grazers it'll largely be quite similar through all of the different species. Yeah, and we've got a lovely little Cape Longclaw here. This is a bird that is a whole lot harder to get than you'd think. Off he goes. And there at the back we have a Cape Wagtail, not a Cape Longclaw. You can see how he bobs his tail up and down quite often. That's obviously one of the key characteristics of the species. And quite a bit of bird life going on here. Another Cape Longclaw that we've got here. So I am right next to the little mud wallow, close to Scotia Dam, and it's really nice to see all of this birding activity. So remember, the old name for this Cape Longclaw would be the orange-throated longclaw, and have a good look when he turns around to see if we can get that, oopsie, he's gone, see if we can get that slightly more orangey colour. Alright, this right here looks like a different bird species. This looks like a common fiscal. You can see it's a little bit more of a chunkier bird. It's got that smaller little black beak. The other nickname for this bird is the Jackie Hangman, and that they quite often impale a lot of their prey species on thorns and things like that in certain trees. It's a nice little assortment of different bird species that we can see here. Looks like it might be a juvenile, this one. The other name for it is a butcher bird that a few of you might have heard of. So the butcher bird, Jackie Hangman, they both refer to how it kind of impales a lot of their prey species on thorns and things like that. Fast moving little tweet, this one. So relatively similar looking to the yellow-throated longclaw as well. But not exactly making it easy for us here, this little longclaw. Remember, they do move around in pairs, so the other one might pop out now for us. There we go, coming right down to the edge of the water. Wow, what a beautiful view. Zola, thanks for your question. A passerine. So a passerine's basically, oh, he's giving us a little bit of a tough time here. A passerine is basically going to be more of your perching types of species of birds. So if you look at the foot structure of a bird, he's giving us a tough time. Let's wait to see if he pops out. If you look at the foot structure of a bird, you'll have those 3 toes that are facing forward and one that's facing backwards. Obviously, in order to be a perching bird, that'll be the structure of the foot. So that is what a passerine is. But that's a good question. I don't know if you can hear this Cape longclaws actually calling. You can. It's quite a distinctive. There he goes. Quite a distinctive little. That was a nice little session with some birds. They all seem to have moved off now. But I'm really glad that we could bring those little longclaws to you. If they do come back, I will definitely show you them again. So that those Cape longclaws, they do look relatively similar to yellow-throated longclaws, but what I was trying to get at before he flew off there was that I could hear his call. So that's obviously another giveaway. Each different species does have a different call. So your yellow-throated longclaw is definitely going to be having, you will just have pure yellow colors on the throat and the chest and things like that. Whereas your Cape longclaw will have more of those orangey types of colors. You know, it does vary a little bit. Sometimes some of them have got more orange than others. But absolutely lovely to do a little bit of birding. But for now, let's take you back to Alex in Okukoyo and see how things are doing there.
Thanks, Nick. And pretty much the same scenes, although zebra have joined us. We're still doing a spot of birding ourselves. Just enjoying the Adams stalks, listening out for any of the other vocals. Slowly started to get some of the European bee-eaters calling as well today. The Cape crows are also ever present. And this Gemsbach is really treating us at the moment. So nice just to sit back and enjoy it all. Try and pick out if there is anything else on its way down. Or of course, anything else interesting that might be in the area. Hi, Mike. Thanks very much for your question. Mike wanting to know if the migratory Warburg's eagle comes through to Etosha. I do just want to double check. I have a feeling they might. But I just need to check on a bird list here, just to make sure I'm giving you the correct fact. So Mike, yes, Warburg's eagles do migrate and do come through to Etosha. You'll probably find that they will breed as well in certain areas, but probably a bit open here at the moment. They'll probably stick to more of that scrub line, obviously looking for some of the bigger trees that might be around. That's where I would expect to find them if I was around here. But they do go back to the same nesting sites year after year, so very possible that there are some that will breed in the area, and of course then returning to those nests that have been used in the past.
We hope that when you watch Wild Earth, you will fall in love with nature. We know that our explorers share a passion for nature and want to make a difference. Wild Earth Schools is back. Sign up to be an explorer and your subscription will help us reach the future conservationists of our planet. Invest in something that truly matters, encouraging children to care for our beautiful wild earth. Wild Earth Explorers, make a difference.
So lots of bird vocalization at the moment. European bee-eaters going off. Cape crows also being rather loud. And a second gemsbok coming to join the one that was enjoying Spa Day right now. And it looks like zebra numbers once again picking up. But we've got more gemsbok coming through. And I'm hoping all of them get into the water. Lovely to hear that little European bee-eater chorus. So very, very cool indeed. And just waiting to see how these Adam storks go about the beginning of their afternoon. So lovely to have these gemsbok now basically all in the water. Of course, if you have just tuned in and joined us, this is a live and interactive experience. And if you are watching this on the app or on the website, or our website, you can also register to ask questions or let me know what you would like to see or even chat about. However, please also do subscribe to our channel on YouTube so that Wild Earth can notify you of all the other amazing content we have and make sure that you don't miss out on any of the other moments. There's European beetles really right on top of us at the moment. A lovely little flock of them, it sounds like. It's a pity we can't show you them right now. They are exceedingly pretty. But always cool to have their vocal regardless. The zebra taking some notes here from the gemsbok, also wading their way in. No doubt using the water to some degree as a cooling mechanism, although I'm sure it is rather warm. And you can expect it to get rather warm throughout the course of the afternoon today as well. Quite awesome. We mentioned earlier that we hadn't heard any of the European beetles, and it seems like they are making up for that right now. A lot of them calling, literally just above where the camera is stationed, it sounds like. Picking up some really good audio, and also, from what I can see, a rather large number of zebra on their way down to us. Hi, Zachary. So I wouldn't think it's necessarily the water that they are following. It's more food resources as they migrate. Of course, with rainfall falling, is obviously that increase in abundance of many things. So vegetation as well as arthropods and other invertebrates, the things that these atom stalks will be eating, primarily insects and that. So with the rains, that kind of increase of insect life is also what they are really after, as they are intra-African migrants. So they kind of follow the season, and they'll be looking to start to head back north and west as well. So kind of along the Sahel belt, also capitalizing on rainfall and, spikes in invertebrate life along the way, kind of keeping fueled. So it's primarily the hunting of calories that is done. It's the majority and just about all of the migratory birds, as well as also breeding. Although these don't breed here, are one of the migratory birds that don't breed down here. However, a lot of the other migratory birds do, and it's also got to do with a high abundance of food during the summer or rainy months here in the southern hemisphere. There's still lots being said here by the bee eaters. There's a lone wildebeest that's joined, I suppose, pretty decent sized harem of zebra. And we've still got a few gemsbok. Center of Waterhole with the ever-present springbok for the day and the court of Adam Storks presiding over matters. It also seems that the wind is slowly picking up today as well. Hi Underdog, thanks very much for your question. And this dam is man-maintained, so it's pumped and it does work on a kind of dump valve system. As the water level drops or reaches a certain level, then it is obviously then topped up from there, although it isn't a very serious kind of agricultural irrigation pump that is there. It is obviously then just run straight in and it trickles down into the water. But with the number of zebra that we have had, them consuming a fair amount of water per day, and sometimes even twice a day, up to 23 liters at times, they have also depleted quite a bit of the water themselves. And I'm talking also about a lot of the runoff that happened with the rainy season. So that was also when the water was looking far deeper and had a far greater capacity. However, it shouldn't run out. It is maintained and it is pumped, and it does run, I think, on a dump valve system. That would make the most sense to myself. Hi Miles, I will have to double check with you or for you, but from what memory has endowed me with, I do not think that there are roan across this far west in Namibia. Roan are also quite susceptible to certain grasses, predominantly favoring the more sweeter grasses as well. But I do want to double check, because there could be a small population, but from what I'm aware, no, there aren't. You'd have to go a little bit more east towards the Caprivi strip into Chobe down into the Okavango, and further across into Zimbabwe, even down here in South Africa to find the roan. But let me double check for you. And thanks, Max. Max also gave me some inside information there. And from what I can also see here, the one place is either it's Mbali or Rietfontein, best known to see drinking roan. But I can't imagine the population is really too big. They aren't also known to be in large herds either, more family groupings. Very, very spectacular antelope, very pretty as well, and rather iconic. Probably the third biggest if you take the two subspecies of eland. So the Lord Derby's being the biggest, and the normal common Cape Livingstone's, and then roan following after that. So still just checking up on roan knowledge here. It would be fantastic if we ever did get to see one here, but I'm sure very rare. They are pretty rare and hard to find in most reserves that we do find them in. But rather spectacular, as I did mention. Really one of my favorites. Yep, so Max coming through with the facts, and as mentioned earlier, very tough to see in a lot of the game reserves, and rather endangered in some of them. They are obviously an endangered antelope. There are small numbers of them that do occur across in Kruger, probably around 2 areas that are really noted to actually find them, and the population doesn't really exceed much more than 50, 500 at a time, I think. Let's just double check that fact, but very, very cool antelope, up to 300 kgs, and the bulls are territorial, and those horns of theirs are rather imposing, around 1 meter of length as well. And as I was talking about height and that, talking about an average shoulder height of around 1.4 meters odd or so on a bull. A very high calf mortality rate, only 25% or so of the calves actually then make it through after being born. So just still going through roan antelope. Of course, you can find them here in Etosha. We've just established that. Of course, a small number of them. And there are roughly around 60,000 odd roan antelope left in the world. And those populations are really kind of concentrated in 4 countries, those being Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Zambia, and Tanzania. Regards to South Africa, the Kruger, and obviously then into reserves in the northwest and Limpopo being strongholds for them. A couple of hundred here in South Africa as well. Cross into the Kalahari too. So Botswana also has good numbers. Zim as well. And we have noted here in Natasha, across further east from here in the Caprivi strip as well. Being good for Roan. Basically the bigger cousin of the sable. Sable a little bit smaller. They both have pretty similar facial markings. The sable longer horns. And thought to be probably some of the oldest living of the antelope that we find here in Africa. Like roughly an age of around 23 or so. An average life expectancy in the wild. A little bit older than eland. So it looks like our stalk numbers are increasing, although kind of hard to keep tabs on them because they do kind of fly off and then kind of descend back down in batches as well. So tough to really get it figured out. The zebras coming through quite nicely once again. And the springbok numbers slowly tailing off. Hi, Jim. Thank you very much for your question. And I think like with anything man-made or brought into an area, there can, of course, be adverse effects. And an area that was noticed was across in the Kruger, with the amount of pumped water holes that were then available and allowed for the kind of spread of elephant and that into areas that they weren't necessarily found in during those times in the year. Of course, having access to water in areas, and of course the bush does get dry, and that access to water obviously then causing adverse effects on other things such as vegetation in an area, perhaps also putting pressure on other animal populations. We did just touch on the Rhone, and that was a thing that happened across in Kruger supposedly. Competition for resources, and because of pumped water holes, the elephant numbers increased. So elephants also can be rather boisterous, and they do obviously hold sway over many resources. And Roan being rather shy and secretive, antelope also probably not enjoying all that attention, and that also kind of led to, or it's thought to have led to, a bit of the decrease in their numbers across there. Of course, if you do supply a resource, that will lead to the increase of certain animals in an area, because they obviously have access to that resource then from there. So a pumped water hole in any area would generally kind of attract more animals to that area as well, and there can be adverse effects that then stem from that. It can be overgrazing, and it can also be pressure on other population dynamics or species populations as well. So it really does depend. And they've actually decommissioned a number of those pump water holes across in Kruger now, and that is also in an effort to kind of try and find balance within the bush, that natural kind of flow that was once present and obviously disturbed with those man-made water holes as well. So seeing how it all goes, of course, ecology is pretty much a pretty new science to us. There's always new things that we are learning in the ecological world, and that is on a day-to-day basis while we watch this awesome little dust devil there. But really, ecology being ever expanded upon, and we're always learning, and it's fantastic that we have made such great strides. Of course, a lot more can be done, and no doubt with us learning more, being able to better protect and manage the environments around us and wilderness areas, that will hopefully increase biodiversity to some degree as well.
The state of our planet is now critical. Children are the future conservationists, and it is more important than ever that we reach them. By encouraging them to understand nature, love it, and interact with it, we hope that they will want to preserve it. At Wild Earth, we are now able to bring back our Wild Earth Schools program, thanks to our explorers. Thanks to you guys for helping to reach kids from all over the globe and teach them about nature. Wild Earth Explorers, make a difference.
So a little bit of the European bee-eater vocal coming through right now. The springboks seem to be clearing off. Possibly to do with a bit of the wind, trying to take a bit of shelter there through the thickets. And we've also got some zebra that are now slowly making their way down towards us, getting to the water's edge. Looks like a bit of a kind of a social aspect to it, as well as different harems kind of pass each other to and from the waterhole. So action slowly starting to die down a little bit here in Okakuyo. We have had a very busy escape to nature here though throughout the course of the morning towards lunchtime. Lots of zebra, lots of springbok. Of course the Adams storks coming through in good number now. We've got a glimpse of some kudu. We've had some hemsbok and wildebeest here as well. And down across in Kariga with Nick. Lots going on there as well, along with some rainfall. Buffalo, rhino, lovely birds, and Inyala. And with Rolf, some eland, and the lion cubs on an eland kill. So lots going on today. Fantastic Sunday. Escape to Nature. Of course, Escape to Nature is also a live and interactive experience, so please do make sure if you have any questions or comments, things you wish to know about, points of interest, or anything else you may have seen, please do let us know about that on the app website where you can register to do exactly that. But also do subscribe to the YouTube channel and stay notified with all the other Wild Earth things and happenings that are going on. But kind of waiting on these next harems to come down for us at the moment. The Adams storks quite imposing, rather stationary at the moment. And the springbok numbers also starting to tail off as we kind of get towards the heat of the day. So it does seem that we've got a little bit of a lull and Patience Gear will now be engaged. But while we engage that here in Okakuyo, it's time for us to shoot across to Nick in Kariga and see what's going on there.
Of different species here.
So we will be back with Nick momentarily. We are still here. We are still waiting on our harems of zebra to descend upon us. Also just enjoying a peaceful moment with the storks and the springbok that are still ever present. Just taking in some of the bird vocals. Enjoying a rather clear day here. We'll still be able to pick up the odd little bit of springbok vocal as well. That kind of little grunt that they do make. He's quite endearing as well, so they always have something else that they also have to chat about clearly in and amongst themselves. And we've been listening to that throughout most of today as well. It's nice that they have been so close to us so that we could actually pick that up. It's quite cool just to listen to that sound as well. Steph, sure. I need to think about that for a moment. What is my favorite migratory bird? So I was just getting some interesting comments or some funny comments there from Max saying Corey busted, but it isn't migratory, and he's of course correct with that. I do thoroughly enjoy European bee eaters. I suppose it also comes down to area. Certain birds only migrate to certain areas, and some also migrate seasonally within the country as well. So I really do need to think that one through. So yeah, I mean, some of the birds of prey are really awesome as well. We did touch on the Wahlberg's eagles earlier. I know that Nick spoke about the Amur falcons too. They are really cool. European rollers, also a very cool bird to see. Some of the cuckoos as well. So I can't really button one down, but I would say at least when I'm at home, I thoroughly enjoy hearing European bee eaters when they get back into town. Even Deirdre's cuckoo as well. Classes as well, I suppose, both rather colourful birds. And I suppose something has to be said for the Woodlands kingfisher as well. A very iconic sound of theirs that they do make. It kind of does almost feel like the festive season is upon us once they start kicking off and getting into area as well. So I suppose a number of them, each for different reasons. Still awaiting what looks like a zebra party off in the distance there. I'm not too sure if they will come down. The wind may be playing a bit of a role in this. The kind of subdued approach that is now underway. And talking of the migratory birds that we have been seeing, of course, these Adams storks are also intra-African migrants. And, when it does go into winter, it will be sad to not have all the migratory birds through again. But, of course, then we just wait for the next season and what that might entail or hold for us. So, I suppose it is one of those kind of catch-22 moments. There's always something interesting to pick up, and in particular when you are on the ground and in the bush, there's always something that you will find fascinating, learn anew, even maybe refresh yourself with as well. But definitely always something to be picked up when you are in the natural world, that is for sure. So just waiting to see if these zebras will come down, but definitely the wind has picked up. You can see the surface of the waterhole now getting rather messy, choppy. So clearly a bit of wind starting to come through this afternoon. But otherwise, a little bit of a dull in all the action that we have experienced throughout the course of today. There's been lots going on. It's kind of been non-stop. But always cool and nicest to see when there is kind of a drop in numbers at the waterhole. What else is going on? Also to listen to who else is around in the area. So always cool to see this and to listen to the natural sounds.
Dat is ook delen die waar ik dacht dat het was, dat ik de rest de boer aan de kant overrijden. Ja.
Some impala coming down now as well. So we've had a lot of diversity throughout the course of today. And you'll notice some of the smaller ones, some of this season's calves or lambs, or actually the correct word or terminology, impala lambs coming through. A little herd of impala have come through to join us, and you'll notice the color difference between them and the springbok. A far more russety kind of red color to them, a little bit darker as well, and obviously a little bit bigger in body size too. And the females or the ewes also do not have any horns. It's just the rams that have horns on the impala, and the horns on the rams far bigger than that of the smaller springboks as well.
Maar dit is goed om te zien, die zebras en die springbokken voortleven. Trokken. Ja.
So the impala are slowly starting to move off the supposed harems of zebra that we're going to be descending upon us have yet to do so. And while we wait here, it is time for us to check in again with Rolf and see what's going on in Amakhala.
Well, guess what? Managed to catch up with my favorite three boys, three amigos. They're not too far from where they were yesterday. In fact, they're less than 100 meters away.
So unfortunately, we did just lose Rolf there. We are clearly back here in Okakuyo. And the wind definitely picking up a little bit. You can see starting to get a bit of a shake here. Adam Stork's quite happy to start milling about and getting around the waterhole edge at the moment. The zebra holding off on us. Some of the springbok coming through to indulge us at least. So fair amount going on. Still the Cape Crows as well in the distance, and those impala that were here have also moved off. I think there may be one ram that is still down, but a little bit camouflaged by the Adam Stork at the moment. So still lots going on here, and still lots that we are waiting for as well. But I think it's also time for us to shoot across to Nick and see what's going on in Kariga.
Thanks, Alex. Still got our assortment of zebras and eland here. But it's been a nice little escape to nature session today. Lots of different animal species, and it's been really nice to do a little bit of birding as well. We obviously had those Cape Longclaws earlier. We had that common fiscal. We had that Cape Wagtail. It's really a little bit of this and a little bit of that.
So sadly, we did just lose Nick once again to gremlins popping through for us towards the end of our escape to nature. But once again, back here in Okakuyo, and it looks like action kind of also starting to tail off. The heat definitely raising quite considerably. That is quite evident just from how you can see those pockets of zebra over here, just in the distance. Not doing too much, not being too active. One or two of the springbok are. There's one that's waded in quite nice and deeply. Even the storks taking the opportunity to rest up, it seems. So let us just wait and see. Perhaps something will come through for us and indulge us in the last few minutes. Otherwise, it's a peaceful scene in a lovely way to just sit back and enjoy it while we can. So for those of you that may not have been able to join us for the course of today's show, you are of course able to download the app and you can watch the highlights and the best bits from each of our shows, including Escape to Nature. Of course, that also includes the sunrise and sunset safari. So if you're unable to check out any of those, do get on the app and do go and check out the best bits, things you may have missed. Otherwise, kind of calm setting amongst the Kikuyu waterhole right now. Cape Crow still going off a little bit. The springbok also here and there. And everyone else, I think, thinking about shade, perhaps waiting for the heat to drop a little bit.
Wild Earth's mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
So the bee eaters still hanging about for us. It looks like the springbok numbers also slowly dipping away. And we haven't really seen an influx of further Adam storks as what was thought, but perhaps they're also slowly also decreasing in number as they move probably further eastwards. Kind of stock up on those calories before getting back up north and above the equator on their migration.
But the good shape is there. Wow, more storms. Really? No, the G's just didn't want to do it.
There's still lots being said by our European bee eaters. Really hung around for us this last little bit, so it's awesome just to check in with them. Looks like the springbok numbers really have dropped considerably. I think a couple of them may be under the shade over here, taking full advantage of that. And no doubt, if you were to drive past or through or around any of these kind of green little oases, there will be a number of things that have also picked up on shade and definitely using that to their advantage. Hi Stanley, thanks so much. I'm glad you enjoyed a relaxing escape today. Has been a lot of fun, lots to have been shown, and of course very cool locations that everything came from. So nice to have all that diversity with us today. We're just having one final little look around, see if no one else is approaching. Doesn't look like that will be the case though. But we can't complain, we've had a lot going on today. Really has been action-packed. And no doubt that action will continue later on in the sunset safaris. Sure, lots to be said and going on around there too. Of course, a lovely Sunday afternoon. But it is sadly that time of the day. And we do have to say thank you very much for joining us. Of course, do stay tuned for later on. Lots of action to follow. Of course, do join us again tomorrow morning, 8:30 CAT, for another wonderful escape to nature. But on behalf of myself and the rest of the team, wishing you all a fantastic Sunday from here on out. And of course, a very good start to your week tomorrow.
Não estou aí,